Where other men blindly follow the truth.
Nothing is true.
Where other men are limited by morality or law.
Everything is permitted.
Assassin's Creed. This is a name that means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Some of you watching will undoubtedly have nothing but good things to say about it, as they remember it as the franchise that revolutionized open world games as we know them today.
As long as you can see an object coming out of the 3D world, you can interact with it.
So we've revamped completely from ground up their navigation system to allow tree running, a more fluid type of movement.
We built a very incredible, exciting new system for naval combat, something unseen in gaming before.
Center of the universe, London, that's bringing you new steam engines, all sorts of advanced technology that really brings it into a new era that Assassin's Creed has never seen.
While for others, Assassin's Creed is more looked at as slop, with games and their DLC being pushed out on a near yearly basis in order to, of course, keep the money train going for its publisher, Ubisoft.
Shares in Ubisoft, run by the founding Guillermo family, have plummeted 30% so far this month, touching 10-year lows.
What is the sort of hurdle rate that Assassin's Creed Shadows has crossed in terms of units sold? Thank you.
On this topic, on Assassin's Creed Shadows, we don't disclose units sold for now.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. As a reminder, if you would like to ask a question, please press star.
And the funny thing here is that both of these perspectives are correct. Assassin's Creed was, at some point in time, the most revolutionary franchise out there. And it wasn't just at the start, not just at its inception, but at multiple points since that too, really pushing the boundaries of what we thought possible and giving players unique experiences that they hadn't seen before in gaming. But Assassin's Creed is also the franchise that has been subjected to the most slop-heavy copy and paste releases in all of Ubisoft's portfolio. A company that's known for its copy and paste releases nowadays.
Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
Now maybe all of this shouldn't come as a surprise. When the franchise is over 25 games strong, you're bound to run into some heavy repetition and fatigue at some point. But on that same note, a franchise also doesn't run year on year for 18 years straight if it didn't do at least something exceptional from time to time.
Ah! Birbante! Come, let us walk a bit.
What? I had something else in mind.
Oh, Duccio.
So what we're going to do today is just rewind the clock to see where it all started and maybe more importantly, how we got here today. Because as Ubisoft's biggest franchise that has been running for 18 years, Assassin's Creed makes for a very interesting case study. Not just one about the games themselves and how they evolved over time, or maybe devolved over time, depending on who you ask.
Are you wearing one of my father's suits?
Are you wearing a dress?
Don't even start. I feel like a mummy wrapped up in this thing.
Must be quite an occasion to get you so fancy.
It's not like that.
But also about the wider gaming landscape at those times, and about the company itself, about Ubisoft. After all, what is a better way to look at the internal workings of a company than to pick apart their highest, most consistent streams of revenue throughout all those years? And yes, we are going to have to rewind the clock quite a bit, because although the first Assassin's Creed game released all the way back in 2007, the story of the game, and so the story of this video, really starts 4 years before that, in 2003. This is when Ubisoft released another, now very well-known game called Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time.
Prince is an acrobatic character. He can run on walls, he's a sword master, he can use his sword. Now, are you ready? I'm gonna show you a unique feature on PS2, on GameCube and on Xbox. You have Sands of Time to give you the power of revival. It's one button devoted, no complex interface, no hard disk, nothing. It's unique on every platform.
Can you tell me what you think of this wonderful E3 experience?
Yeah, sure.
Nowadays, of course, the ability to rewind time or even wall running, that doesn't make you look twice when you see that in a video game. In a world past Mirror's Edge or Titanfall, it really feels like we've seen it all when it comes to that type of stuff. But back then, it wasn't too long before the Sands of Time released that the games of this genre looked something more like this. Now the Tomb Raider games, of course, they were revolutionary in their own way. They more or less pushed the transition to 3D gaming at the time. And this style of gameplay is a style that even the Prince of Persia franchise tried to copy before Ubisoft bought the license to the franchise and created the Sands of Time reboot. And to go from this to this, well, that is the jump that had people looking. Within a few months of the release of the Sands of Time, it had sold over 2 million copies worldwide, which was a big surprise even for Ubisoft at the time. And of course, this was an opportunity that they couldn't let slip. Within the next 2 years, the Sands of Time turned into its own full-blown trilogy with Warrior Within and the Two Thrones coming out in 2004 and 2005 respectively, and Ubisoft would continue to push out more Prince of Persia games over the years.
Another key innovation with Prince of Persia 3 that we've got is a new playable character. We call him the Dark Prince. I know everybody here's got a dark side of your personality that you don't want anyone to say. The princess is the same.
But for the purposes of this video, there's really only one Prince of Persia title that is important to us, and that would be a game that goes by the name of Prince of Persia Assassin. You see, the Sands of Time wasn't just successful enough to warrant turning it into a full trilogy. No. With that many sales in such a short time, Ubisoft wanted this franchise to be relevant for many more years to come. And what that meant was preparing for the next generation of consoles, the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360. Specifically, they wanted to use the hardware that was available on these consoles to create a Prince of Persia game that wouldn't just have a linear level-based structure, but would instead take place in a full-blown open world where everything would be climbable and where the player would be able to go wherever he wanted. What such a game would look like? That changed a bit over the years, but eventually, all the linear levels the developers had created turned into more open areas. Those then turned into full-blown cities. The prince turned into an assassin, and with that, this Prince of Persia project then became the Assassin's Creed that we all know today. Just make sure not to play this game on an uncapped frame rate. It does not like that.
Our first party lineup is looking pretty strong, but what about third parties? How are they making out on the PlayStation 3? Well, first, let me share with you a collection of titles under development from the third-party community at large.
The very first time Assassin's Creed landed on public eyes would be at the 2006 E3 conference, where it was instantly met with a very warm reception. While its showcase was short, not even worthy of a full name drop, Ubisoft had a gameplay demo in addition to the reveal, which gave a very good impression of what this game was going to be all about.
Go anywhere, so any architectural details like you're seeing right now is interactive. Let's turn around though, I hear some people yelling. So while climbing the building is fun and you can do it, it may again not be the best thing to do if you want to approach that scene.
Although a bit rough around the edges, this demo alone yielded multiple awards, with a lot of the review outlets at the time putting it among their most anticipated upcoming game. It was often praised not just for its interactive environment, but also for its realistic crowds that promised to be part of the stealth experience. It was clear that there was a real hype behind this title from the very start, and Ubisoft managed to carry that hype all the way to its release date well over a year later. Of course, it also didn't hurt that the Prince of Persia trilogy had just reached its natural conclusion, leaving fans wanting more, and that Ubisoft had emphasized that Assassin's Creed would in fact be developed largely by the same team.
Now, for those who don't know, this is a brand new franchise being developed by the Ubisoft Montreal studio by the core team that brought you Prince of Persia.
Yet, Something that even Ubisoft didn't realize is just how fast this hype train was going at the time. Sure, they had a second round to show off their game at E3 in 2007, the following year. And yeah, the game had a marketing budget of well over $10 million, which was a lot for a brand new IP. But Assassin's Creed went on to outsell the entire Prince of Persia trilogy combined, reaching 8 million units sold in just a single year. Funnily enough, or sadly enough, depending on who you ask, this would also lead Ubisoft to eventually kill off the Prince of Persia series entirely and just continue with Assassin's Creed instead. But before we get into the numbers of everything, before we get into how this one franchise came to shape Ubisoft for the foreseeable future, let's just have a better look at the game itself first. What worked, what didn't work, and why it is that in a year of so many great video game releases, it still managed to stand out so well.
An excellent kill. Fortune favors your blade.
Not fortune, skill. Watch a while longer and you might learn something.
As the name change from Prince of Persia to Assassin's Creed implies, in Assassin's Creed 1, you mainly play as a character named Altïar, whom is a high-ranking member of the Assassin's Brotherhood.
Do not compromise the Brotherhood.
I am your superior, in both title and ability. You should know better than to question me.
Who also happens to think a little too highly of himself, gets a little bit too arrogant, which then results in the death of one of his assassin brothers. That is how this story starts. It causes Altïar to be demoted in a rather interesting way because it would appear as if you would get stabbed only to be brought back alive, but essentially the mission of the player becomes to get your former rankings back. And to get those back, you'll be assassinating 9 different targets throughout the game.
I hold here a list. 9 names adorn it. 9 men who need to die.
Now, I carefully picked my words when I said that you mainly play as Altïar because even though he gets by far the most playtime and although all of the assassin-related gameplay revolves around him, the main character of this story is actually someone else, an individual named Desmond, who lives not in the 12th century Middle East, but in the modern day. Desmond is a far descendant of Altïar, and that is the reason that he's been taken prisoner and taken to a lab by some evil people that you don't really know who they are at the time.
We're done for today, Mr. Miles. I suggest you return to your room and get some rest.
In this lab, Desmond will be forced to enter the Animus, which is this futuristic device that can allow him to relive memories of his far descendants, and it's through this gimmick that the story of Assassin's Creed 1 is told. Now, all of this does sound a little bit too much like a box full of imagination. Like the developers wanted to make a game set in the Middle East, but also give it a futuristic spin, and somehow this is what they ended up with. And indeed, the Ubisoft marketing team was not very confident in this idea to begin with, and they even made an attempt to hide it from the public as much as possible until close to release. But the modern day setting and the Animus and everything, it did have its purposes. Primarily one where the series would not be tied down to just one setting. The idea was that through the Animus, Desmond would be able to explore many different locations over the different ages, because that's where many of his different ancestors would be living. This way they could explore the whole world, go wherever they wanted to, while still keeping an overarching storyline. Because yeah, even back then, this game was not planned as just a one-off, but as a whole trilogy instead. One where Desmond would go through the events of a different ancestor with each game, and where the finale would be him taking off in a giant spaceship. That of course never happened, as we'll explore later in the video. Anyway, to get back to the gameplay, to get back to assassinating those 9 targets, for a game or franchise that was as ambitious as Assassin's Creed was, you would be surprised to see how simplistic the gameplay loop really was. Every mission goes a little like this. You start off having a brief conversation with your master, and that could be either about the target or maybe the location you'll have to go to, after which you'll be sent to one of the 3 big cities, Damascus, Accra, or Jerusalem. You get to the city by horseback through a more open-ended area that they call the Kingdom, and you make your way into the city, either unseen or by force, You climb to the highest viewpoint that you can find and do the infamous thing where the camera spins around the character and you get some things revealed on the map, which will then lead you to the Assassin's Bureau within the city. There, you'll be told to complete a set of activities within the city to get more intel on your target, and after doing a minimum of 3 of them, that's when you'll be given the go-ahead to go and assassinate your target.
It's clear you've given this some thought. I give you leave to go.
You do this 9 times for 9 different targets, and that is essentially the whole video game. The activities themselves, they're rather simple as well. You wouldn't even really call them side missions by today's standards. We're talking about maybe pickpocketing someone, or eavesdropping on a conversation, or, you know, just a good old beating someone up for information and then assassinating them. So yeah, it's quite a simplistic game that actually comes with a lot of repetition. The idea behind it was that the free running itself and the exploring of those cities itself would be exciting enough to carry the rest of the game, which to a degree it managed to do. But repetition was still one of this game's biggest points of critique. Even the open world itself wasn't really as much of an open world as players would have hoped at the time, with large areas of cities often being walled off and not playable until later into the game. And while the cities surely looked beautiful for their time, aside from those side missions and maybe a few civilians in distress, there wasn't anything to do in them. Yeah, you're free to go wherever you want, and you can do that in a very stylish way, but that doesn't mean that you would really have a reason to do so. You were just there to assassinate your target, and that was that. Maybe getting a collectible or 2 along the way.
Here, let me show you.
No, help! Help me! Help me! Please! You must help me!
To stay on the topic of gameplay a little bit, there is one big way in which these cities being open world affected the gameplay a lot and brought life to new innovative ways to think about stealth in video games. You see, with previous titles, maybe in the same genre, stealth usually came down to avoiding the vision cone of the enemies. This was even the case in Prince of Persia: The Two Thrones, where the same team already experimented with some stealth mechanics, but Assassin's Creed was different precisely because of its open world, because of the crowds. You run too fast or climb up buildings in the middle of the street, and you'll quickly have people shouting at you, pointing at you, which in turn will then attract the attention of the guards.
What is that man thinking?
What is that man doing?
Looks such a strange man. You look familiar.
But walk slower and weave your way through the crowd, and even the enemies on high alert will pass you as if you were never there. And this is really what set Assassin's Creed 1 apart from the other games. Everything you did affected how the NPCs perceived you in these cities, which meant you could have done nothing wrong and still be attracting a lot of attention, or you could be killing your targets and hiding in plain sight. This is without a doubt where the game is at its strongest. But as an open world that also heavily promotes player freedom, it was only natural for players to also engage with the game systems in different ways, do stuff outside of this set formula. And that is then where the game received a lot of complaints and where it just didn't hold up all that well. The main criticism that it, for example, received a lot is that the combat was too simple, with too little moves, and that especially the counter move, which is learned very early on in the game, makes everything far too easy, as it instantly kills almost any enemy in the game. They attack, you counter-attack, and they die. Unless you forget to cap your frame rate, of course. The animus itself and the way that the story was told was also not a super big hit with the players. A big point of criticism was often how disruptive it felt to the experience. Every few hours you'd be pulled out of being an assassin just to do some walking and talking around the lab, which yes, added to the world building, but wasn't really why people bought Assassin's Creed. Ubisoft's marketing team was right in this regard, that many players wouldn't really gel with the whole sci-fi angle, but the one thing that the Animus did do was really shape the identity of Assassin's Creed over the years to come, with their unique loading screens that allowed the player to run through them so they don't get bored, or the way that the levels load in, and even the way that you can talk to your targets after you assassinate them.
Everything I did to prepare them for the new world.
So if you take all of those things combined, what it then leaves us with is a game that did a few things exceptionally well and had a couple of unique ideas, like using crowds in cities to your advantage or to your disadvantage, but ultimately didn't quite deliver on all that was promised. The biggest advantage that Assassin's Creed had back then is that there was simply nothing else like it. Not on the new consoles at least. and not if you wanted something more in an open world type of setting. Assassin's Creed was good enough, and it was one of a kind, which left a good amount of players a bit sour from the experience, but still had them wanting more.
Impossible. The student does not defeat the teacher.
And more is what they got. Within just 3 months of the initial Assassin's Creed release, Ubisoft already pushed out a spin-off title for the Nintendo DS called Assassin's Creed Altïar's Chronicles. It's not quite the same experience, to put it lightly. Like in Altïar's Chronicles, we have a grapple hook now, and a crossbow. And there are swinging boulders in the city, and blades, apparently, on every corner. And you escape a prison camp by launching yourself from a catapult into the darkness. But in all honesty, the impact that this spin-off title had, and all future spin-off titles had for that matter, it's negligible really, if we're looking at the bigger picture. All that you have to know about this game is that IGN gave it the coveted 7 out of 10, and that it was then quickly forgotten about afterwards. Now what I really mean when I say more is what the players got, I want to focus on the game that launched this franchise into the mainstream audience, if the first Assassin's Creed didn't already do that. Of course I'm talking about Assassin's Creed 2, because this is where everything really started to take off for Ubisoft. Even though, as mentioned previously, Assassin's Creed was always meant to be a trilogy, and so the development for the second game had already started right after the release of the first one, it really wasn't until Ubisoft realized just how many sales that first game would bring in that they doubled or even tripled down on this franchise. And I mean that quite literally, because in just a single year the development team at Ubisoft Montreal tripled in size, growing from just 150 men strong to a number closer to 500. Needless to say then that the development for the second game went a lot faster, and not just because of the extra manpower, but also because it required a lot less research and development. The team kind of already knew what Assassin's Creed was and what Assassin's Creed 2 was going to be, and so a lot of their focus and efforts went into polishing up that experience and enhancing the core features, rather than to come up with everything from scratch.
So if we go back in 2007, AC1 just came out, and it was a huge success. And basically, the team knew it could do much more and much better. So we made our mind clear of on the things that we wanted to keep and on the things that we wanted to clearly improve.
The game engine itself, the Anvil engine, also didn't have to be developed alongside the game, as was the case with Assassin's Creed 1. You put all of those things together, and what you get is a 2-year development cycle for Assassin's Creed 2, which is crazy short for a AAA game, even back then. Assassin's Creed 1 took a whole 4 years to finish by comparison. As for the direction of this second game, the team made good use of the Animus gimmick and decided to change the time period from the 12th century Middle East to 15th century Italy. The developers believed that this time setting specifically would result in a lot of interesting scenarios in the game. It was a time where things were being invented left, right and center, and they wanted to make use of that as an excuse to give the player a lot of new toys to play with during the story. Now if you're watching this video as a fan, you probably already know that Assassin's Creed 2 ended up being a huge success, selling 9 million copies in just a single year, while also receiving unanimous praise from any of those 9 million players. And that last part is really what the difference here is. Sure, Assassin's Creed 2 did not outsell its predecessor by that much, but almost everybody who picked it up got the experience that they wanted, got what they paid for, got what they had hoped the game to be, in a way that maybe the first game could just never do. Assassin's Creed 2 really set this franchise up for the future, set this franchise up for success. And if the game wasn't perceived as being so good back then, we might not have even had the Assassin's Creed games we have today. So now the question of course becomes, what it was that made this Assassin's Creed game so different, and what made it so much more special than the first one. And that is what we're going to have a look at now.
Where other men blindly follow the truth, remember,
nothing is true.
Where other men are limited by morality or law,
everything is permitted.
We work in the dark to serve the light. We are assassins.
For a game that is often so praised as being one of the best in the franchise, and being so much better than what came before it, you'd actually be surprised to see how similar Assassin's Creed 2 is to the first one. Where the jump from Prince of Persia to Assassin's Creed 1 was generational to say the least, the jump that we see here is a lot harder to pick out at first, aside from the main characters and the setting. Put the game side by side and show them to someone who hasn't played the game yet, and you might even have them guessing which game is which and what the differences really are. And this is, oddly enough, also what it feels like to play Assassin's Creed 2. The changes and improvements to the general gameplay in the world aren't all that apparent at first, but as you play a little bit longer, and then a little bit longer, and then a little bit longer, you'll slowly start to appreciate all the work that has gone into the little details and how it all comes together to create something that is more than just the sum of its parts. This, for example, can first be seen back in the combat mechanics, which, due to the common criticism of it being too limited or too simple in the first game, has now been expanded with a whole bunch of new moves, new weapon types, new toys, and there's a bit more dynamism to it due to the ability to disarm opponents mid-fight and use their own weapons against them. Then we look at the parkour, which is in many ways also similar to the first game, but feels a lot better due to the speed at which you climb up, and by just how much better most of the inner city areas are designed to make use of that parkour. That was a bit of a hit and miss in the first game. You know, a common complaint was that parkour could feel a little bit clunky at times. You had to work through a lot of quirks to get the most out of it. And although the common consensus is that it was a system that could eventually be mastered, it is also true that to master that system, you'd have to play significantly more than the game has any right to be played due to the lack of its content and the repetitive nature of it. So, the developers went ahead and polished up the movement where possible, and you'll feel the difference when playing Assassin's Creed 2. Another thing you will also quickly realize is that the cities feel much more alive. And the player has a lot more reasons to explore them now. There's a currency, for example, to collect. The florins, which is completed... Hey, I'm talking here! There is a currency, for example, to collect. The florins, which is awarded for mission completions, but is also found in random chests scattered all around the world. And there are shops, vendors. You can buy armor or weapons with all the florins that you have collected. It still isn't a full-fledged in-game economy system. The goods that the vendors sell are mostly static, and the prices never really seem to change. But it's a lot closer to that more immersive experience that more players wished Assassin's Creed 1 was. Assassin's Creed 2 feels more like a traditional open-world game, with all the usual bells and whistles.
No other city can match the size of Venezia's markets.
Rather than just having a city to be the backdrop of a stealth game. It's still not a full sandbox though, you still can't go around to kill civilians without getting desynchronized. It still isn't Grand Theft Auto, but it's a lot closer to a full sandbox, and the game encourages you to play around with its systems a lot more than AC1 ever did. Arguably most important to all of this though is how the game packs all of these improvements together, because with the consensus about the animus in the first game being very split, the writers and the developers had put themselves in a little bit of a corner. They still wanted the overarching plot of the trilogy to be told through Desmond in the current time. But of course, if the players didn't really like the animus sections in the first game, then would that really be the best way forward to continue telling their story? Probably not, right? Now the solution that the developers had to this was pretty clever. They just put one large gameplay section in the modern day with Desmond at the start of the game, where Desmond would actually get to do something other than just walking around and talking, after which Desmond then willingly takes seat in the Animus 2.0.
Actually, I prefer Animus 2.0, since baby's twice as awesome as anything you'll find at Abstergo.
Which conveniently allows him to be in the simulation for much, much longer, meaning that throughout the rest of the game, the player won't be interrupted as much. The dialogue in the modern times is still...
After what those Templar bastards put me through, I'm ready, willing, and able.
It's not great, with many of the characters being very dislikable, either by design or just by accident.
This stuff, Desmond. Oh, this stuff is nothing special, really, this stuff. It's just the stuff that keeps our entire operation from falling apart, really. It requires a great deal of concentration to keep it all moving, so you'll forgive me if I don't have time to play meet and greet.
But, for what it's worth, the developer's plan worked, because the moment that you get in the Animus and start playing as Ezio, that moment is when everything changes.
May I come in?
Fine, but only for a minute.
A minute is all I need.
Indeed.
Ezio is a lot more likable. He is a character that a lot of people came to appreciate. Instead of just being a cocky member of the Assassin's Brotherhood, and instead of just having 9 targets to take down for the sake of climbing ranks, Ezio's story feels a lot more organic and a lot more personal. He starts off being just a guy, a bit of a troublemaker at that, but a charismatic one that also happens to be very good at fighting and climbing.
I'll kill you! Enough!
Now, that's not necessary.
Now, the story of Ezio is a bit of a revenge story, because early on in the game you'll find that your family is being executed for something that they didn't do, you'll find out who is responsible, and you end up taking revenge on them. This is how you perform your first official assassination, so to speak, and this would be the start of your assassin journey. It forces you to leave the city and go back to your old family estate that's very far away, and this is where you'll learn about what Templars are, and how there are more people that are responsible for the death of your family, and also this is where you will meet your uncle, who will slowly train you in the ways of the assassin.
Do I know you from somewhere?
Don't you recognize me? It's me, Mario!
Uncle Mario?
It's been too long, Nipote. Far too long.
Now, this video is not going to be a full recap of the story and every small detail that happens, but the main takeaway is that this is still the Assassin's Creed formula. You're still going to have to take out different targets just like in the first game, but it's packaged very differently. It's wrapped up inside a more personal story that has some twists, some turns, and some detours. And I think that is the magic of Assassin's Creed 2 here. In Assassin's Creed 1, after you've killed 3 targets, you already know how the remaining 6 are going to go. But in Assassin's Creed 2, you end up killing like 10 or 12 major targets, but it never feels repetitive or predictable because you never quite know where the story is going to go. And in fact, you're not even aware that you're being trained to be an assassin until the very last act in the story.
It's true, Nipote. We have all been guiding you for years, teaching you the skills you would need to join our ranks.
As mentioned before, the game also has a lot more bells and whistles that can allow the player to get distracted for a bit, and a good example of that would be that family estate that Ezio fled to. It starts out as just a hideout for story purposes, but it quickly evolves into something that you can truly call a home base. All of the weapons and armor that you buy or find throughout the game are put on display here and can be equipped from here. The town around the house can be upgraded to give yourself local vendors and to try and bring in extra money, and where modern Ubisoft is very stingy with its upgrade materials to do anything in these type of games due to them mostly being tied to in-game microtransactions, everything in Assassin's Creed 2 is very generous, to the point where you can often have a fully decked out home base by the time that your playthrough is about to be finished.
Salute, Ser Ezio! Shall we take a look at the list?
Another example of just random stuff to do would be the dungeons that you find, or the tombs, or the temples, or whatever you want to call them. Isolated levels that can be found in the open world that resemble gameplay much closer to the Prince of Persia games, and put the focus on free running and puzzle solving. Are the levels as difficult or intricate or elaborate as the levels in Prince of Persia The Sands of Time? No, of course not. There are no time manipulation mechanics, and we don't have a 12-foot tall tentacle monster chasing you around hallways. Just like most modern-day single-player parkour games, these platforming sections are a bit too straightforward. They're just missing the yellow paint for that matter. But they're alright to do, they're fun distractions from the main plot, and whether you like them or not, this type of thing, this type of content is something that Assassin's Creed 1 severely lacked. The game was not perfect, of course, and still had plenty of lingering issues left over from its rocky foundations. Combat, despite being more varied and more complex and even flashier, could still be kind of cheesed by just using the counter move to kill anyone attacking you. And due to its simplicity, 1v1 fights were still not really all that exciting. Assassin's Creed 1 actually managed to avoid a lot of 1v1 fighting and even turned the final boss into, well, multiple versions of the final boss. And then you also have to fight all 9 targets that you took down at the end. It was something that was made possible because of the ancient artifact. We'll talk a little bit about that later in this video when it comes to that. Assassin's Creed 2 does give you some 1v1 fights, and the final boss is even a 1v1 fight against, well, the Pope, and it usually goes something like this.
Don't you know what lies within?
Figure what out?
God. It's God that dwells within.
You expect me to believe that God lives beneath Il Vaticano? Let's say I was to believe you.
The AI in this game also can still be quite problematic with its padding sometimes. you'll see this type of stuff a lot, and when you combine it with the new toys that the player now has or the expanded sandbox, the game can start to fall apart a little bit, as the AI is simply not that capable of dealing with all these new toys the player has been given. Then there's also the wanted system, which works as you'd expect. You kill people in the open and you'll quickly have guards come looking for you. You have a reputation meter, so to speak. But the best way to get rid of this notoriety or reputation is to simply take down posters around town. Wanted posters that were also hung up before you even started killing anybody, and that can be taken down mid-combat while you're killing guards to make sure your reputation never goes up. Yeah, my point is all of these systems are a bit arcadey and they don't really add too much to the experience if you know how to abuse the systems. There's some good ideas here, but not everything had that great of an execution. Assassin's Creed 2 is also the first time that Ubisoft messed with the idea of downloadable content for this franchise. And it wasn't a great success, to say the least.
Well, well. Look who it is.
Madonna.
The 2 DLC packs dropped just a few months after launch and could be purchased for 320 and 400 Microsoft points respectively, which is roughly $4 or $5. And both of these DLC packs, they add an extra chapter to the game, but not after the events of the base game, but in between, right before the end actually. And these chapters are said to be part of scrapped content that for some reason did not make it into the final game, but now through DLC, they got introduced.
You want my children? Take them! I have the instrument to make more!
And to be really honest with you, I think they were better left out. Aside from giving us what is probably the most meme-worthy moment that this game has to offer, this DLC doesn't really provide the player with much more than just busy work and derail the plot in a way that just doesn't really make a lot of sense. If you want to know what's in these DLCs, well, one of the DLCs is just a dumb chase to see who can hold on to the Apple of Eden for the longest. And this results in nothing really because it starts in your hands and it ends in your hands anyway. It has to be like that because it had to be woven in between the contents of the main story. And then the other DLC is quite literally just asking you to go around town and assassinate 9 different targets. And this is more problematic than it needed to be because in the Game of the Year edition of Assassin's Creed 2, and then in pretty much every version of Assassin's Creed 2 that you can get today, these DLCs are forced in, and you're forced to play through them before you can get to the game's finale, which just doesn't do a lot of good for the story as a whole. The ending of Assassin's Creed 2 also goes very heavily into the sci-fi elements again. You learn that the Apple of Eden is actually a precursor object from a race that came before the humans, and well, this is where the storytelling starts to fall apart a little bit already. I will not go into the numerous plot holes that are presented to the player throughout all of these games going forward, and it's not even necessarily the fault of the writers, as you'll soon find out. But either way you look at it, this sequence feels extremely out of place. For a story to be so centered around the personal journey of Ezio and becoming an assassin, for that to end in a fight to the death against the Pope to discover the existence of a precursor race.
If you can find them, if their work can be saved, so too might this world.
Yeah, I imagine that this is the result of the developers choosing to lean less heavily into the sci-fi elements of the game because of the feedback that they received with the Animus, while still wanting to tell that original story. They have to fit it in somehow, and so you just get this shotgun of exposition in your face, right here at the end.
None of what you are saying makes sense.
Our words are not meant for you.
What are you talking about? There's no one else here.
As for general player satisfaction though, little of these things actually mattered. Assassin's Creed 2 was an improvement in every way possible from its predecessor, and the reviews from around the time reflect that sentiment quite clearly, with a score below an 8 out of 10 being given out only on rare occasions. Now, I've already shown you just how well this game sold, and just how all-in Ubisoft was on this franchise past the first game. 9 million copies in a year, 500 developers working on this one project. But what I haven't told you yet, or haven't shown you yet, is what that situation looked like after their second big hit. Because that showed Ubisoft that they didn't just get lucky once, no. Instead, they could do this again and again and again. Who knew where the limit would really be? Hell, even Assassin's Creed Bloodlines, the PSP spin-off title that released alongside Assassin's Creed 2 that same year, that managed to sell a total of 1.2 million copies worldwide. A stupidly high amount if you compare that to how bad that game actually was. to take a quick look at Bloodlines, it is essentially what you get if you try to make an Assassin's Creed game on hardware that clearly isn't capable of doing it justice. Again, the development of Assassin's Creed 1 took 4 years, in part because an engine for the next generation of consoles had to be made specifically to get this game to work. So when Ubisoft gave supporting studio Kryptonite Games the task of making Assassin's Creed work, but on the PlayStation Portable instead, well, this is the best that they could do. And you better believe that it got shipped for full price. And this is also why, with this video, I don't want to put the focus too much on these spin-off titles. I feel it's almost unfair to critique them in any way because any of its shortcomings could just as easily have been tied to hardware limitations. This is definitely not the game the developers working at that studio wanted to make, but its very existence is a telltale sign of just how much Ubisoft was already trying to milk the franchise even this early in its lifetime. And Ubisoft milking the franchise that hard is also the reason that Assassin's Creed Brotherhood exists, the next mainline entry in the franchise. And that might be a bit contradictory to say, since Brotherhood, much like Assassin's Creed 2, is often seen as one of the best games in the franchise, especially by those that prefer the older style of games. But yeah, if you look at its development, that would tell you a very different story. For starters, Ezio, as I mentioned earlier, was an enormous hit with the fanbase. And before moving on to the next installment, which would feature another main character, Ubisoft wanted to get a little more out of Ezio. So their plan was as follows. Ubisoft decided to split up the main development team working at Ubisoft Montreal in two, have one part work on Assassin's Creed 3, and have the other half work on a game that would later be called Brotherhood. That would simply expand on Ezio's story a little bit more.
I am the lucky one. I have you here to aid me.
Let me see what I can do.
Ubisoft was also not ready to let this franchise conclude with Assassin's Creed 3. That would mean the money-making machine would have to stop, and Ubisoft had every intention of writing this out as long as they possibly could. So, right after Assassin's Creed 2 released, the developers were told to change the direction that the story was going in as to make room for more possible sequels, which became another reason why this franchise now has so many plot holes. On top of that, Ubisoft also wanted this new game, the Brotherhood game, to come out as early as the next year, giving the team only 1 year to put it all together. And to make that all possible, other studios from around the world would have to be helping out remotely to collectively patch it together, as you will. The studios that helped on this can still be seen in the credits to this day, the very, very long, unskippable credits. But yeah, with all of this, it's not too difficult to imagine that the development team at Montreal, the original creators, they were not all too happy about this. Patrice Désilets, for example, the creative director at Ubisoft Montreal at the time, and someone that is often looked at as being mostly responsible for the Assassin's Creed franchise even existing to begin with, he ended up leaving the studio just 4 months after the development of Brotherhood started, with the official reasoning being that he needed a creative break from the industry. But I'll leave it up to you to fill in the rest. The development of Brotherhood was messy, very messy, but Ubisoft did succeed in their goals of getting this game done in just a single year. Now, with that much foreshadowing in this video, you'd assume that the only way this game could have been pushed out the door is half-baked. But as I said before, that is not what the fans would tell you. Brotherhood is seen as one of the best games in the franchise. So how exactly did that happen? How did Brotherhood come out the other end mostly unscathed? And was that really even a good thing to begin with? One of the more common criticisms that you'll often see people direct at Ubisoft is that a lot of their games are just the same ones being released over and over again, but with a slightly different paint job. This isn't always the case, of course. Ubisoft has clearly tried to innovate many of their franchises in different ways over the years, but in the case of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, that criticism couldn't be more true. Almost everything in this game, from its weapons to its gameplay mechanics, the characters that you'll see, the setting, the mission types, the campaign structure, the assets placed in the world to user interface, and even the main villain of this story, the Pope, that Ezio decided not to kill off in that fist fight.
I let him leave.
The Spaniard lives!
All of it has simply been copied directly from Assassin's Creed 2 and pasted right into Brotherhood with almost zero changes made to any of it. Hearing that then, you probably wouldn't be surprised to learn that the main location that this game takes place in, Rome, was originally planned as a playable area for Assassin's Creed 2. But as that game grew too large during its development, it ended up on the list of cut content. Not to be turned into a DLC post-launch, but rather into its own standalone game. And I can't really blame the developers for this. After all, with just 1 year to get this game out of the door, having some sort of head start was going to be a requirement for success. Now, Brotherhood doesn't actually start off in Rome though. The game begins right where Assassin's Creed 2 left off, in a chamber underneath the Vatican.
Assassini! God will see you pay for your crimes!
And after meeting some very angry Christians, you end up returning to your home base, the family estate from Assassin's Creed 2. The thing is though, is that Brotherhood is very much a new game and not a DLC. And so it had no way of realistically tracking what you actually did in Assassin's Creed 2 and what you didn't do. And for this reason, whatever estate you had in the second game, it did not carry over to Brotherhood. And as a very convenient solution for this, early on in the intro, you'll find the estate being under siege by none other than the Pope's son, who then also ends up killing your uncle, Mario.
So consider this an invitation from my family to yours!
This is where the story of Brotherhood really starts off. Ezio wants to get revenge, he follows this son back to Rome, and that is then the location where the rest of the game will take place. And also, what is probably the biggest difference compared to Assassin's Creed 2. Because while yeah, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood only has one location, as opposed to the many locations of Assassin's Creed 1 or 2, this one location is also far larger than anything we've ever seen in the franchise before. Rome is basically just one giant open world map where you can go anywhere at any time, as opposed to just a collection of smaller maps that unlock as the story progresses.
You cannot enter Venezia without a pass. Who invited you?
Now, if you've heard the story of go anywhere and do anything before, don't worry, it's not deja vu, because in fact, I'd say that Brotherhood, in many ways, is not all too different from the modern Ubisoft open world games we see today. What we have here is a map that is clearly divided up into different regions that are then all controlled by the Templars. And your goal will be to take control away from those Templars by killing them and then destroying the Borgia Tower in the region, which is essentially an enemy outpost. Once the tower has been destroyed, once an area has been liberated, so to speak, your map will be updated, you'll notice less enemies patrolling around in the open world, and you also gain the option to do a bunch of side stuff in that area. One of the things being buying property. That's another thing that's carried over from the second game as well. You're not able to spend your money and invest it back in the family estate, but you are able to go around in the open world and purchase individual buildings. We're talking about things like horse stables, banks, or blacksmiths, shops of all kinds really, even doctors and fast travel points or monuments, and by investing in a bunch of these you'll start to build up a passive income of some kind, again the same way that it worked with the family estate in Assassin's Creed 2. I guess the one lesson that Ezio learned here when it comes to investments is not to put all your eggs into one basket, a lesson that I personally still haven't learned yet as I spent the last 6 months of my time making this video. This gameplay loop of going from region to region, liberating them and buying out all the stores in the area and doing a bunch of side content, it all plays a very important role in this game. The story of Brotherhood is essentially to rebuild the Assassin's Brotherhood. And for that you're gonna need to do a bunch of missions, but you're also gonna need cold hard cash. So where the family estate in Assassin's Creed 2 was just a thing you could do on the side if you wanted to, here this whole gameplay loop really takes center stage. Of course, the game still also has those more curated missions that develop the story in some way or another, with a bunch of cutscenes and voice acting, but a good chunk of the main mission content specifically introduces and teaches you about the game's side content, its open world content.
Ezio, the Borgia make it difficult for Claudia's girls. There are several things you could do that would aid them.
I will keep that in mind.
It really puts the focus on, here's the map, now go ahead and explore it and do any content that you might come across. And when it comes to this area of the game, the developers really did go the extra mile to rework systems that maybe weren't all up to par in Assassin's Creed 2. And a good example of that would be the horses. Yes, the horses. You know, in Assassin's Creed 1 and 2, we had horses of course, but they were only really used in specific areas of the map, maybe the outer edges of a city, and in Assassin's Creed 1 it really was only useful to get from point A to point B in the kingdom area, and you could not enter the cities with these horses, not even if your life depended on it. But in Brotherhood they got rid of those invisible barriers. Your horse can enter any area of any city, and wouldn't you know it, it can even be called upon at any given time with a simple whistle. Even that sounds pretty familiar, huh? In a lot of ways, Brotherhood really set the stage for the typical Ubisoft open world that we know today. People often look at Far Cry 3 for being the biggest influence, and say that every game after that, including modern Assassin's Creed, is just trying to be more like Far Cry. All the while, it was actually Brotherhood that laid out the groundwork for a lot of that.
There might be objectives to pursue that will help our cause in the city.
Another interesting addition that fit the theme of rebuilding the Brotherhood very well was the ability to recruit and train your own assassin squad, which, once trained, could be called upon at any time to help you out in fights or to take down targets from a distance. The system is not too complicated. You help specific civilians in need that you can find in the open world. After saving them, you accept them into the Brotherhood, and then you simply repeatedly call upon their help anytime the opportunity comes up, after which they'll level up, get more health, more damage, that sort of stuff. You call them into action with just a single button press, with the only caveat being that you better not use the lower level recruits on stronger enemies, because they can die, and if they do so, you will lose them forever. As fun as it is though, I'd also be lying if I said that this didn't completely break the game in many different ways. And no, I'm not just talking about it making the game too easy, because you can always have backup in whatever fight you're going into. I'm also talking about it literally breaking the stealth in this stealth game. For instance, there are many missions, even missions within the main campaign, that require you to get from point A to point B without being detected. And you can do so either by just not being seen or by stealth killing anyone before they spot you. There's usually some story reasoning behind this, like you're after a specific target and the target will escape if you don't get to him without being seen. But this rule does not really apply to your assassin squad, because you can call them to take out any of the enemies that are maybe in your way, and they'll go ahead and take them out either quietly or in the most loud and in-your-face way possible. Either way, the thing with your assassin squad is that they cannot get detected. The developers probably put this in place because getting detected because of something that is out of your control is not the most fun thing, and the AI in this game can still be pretty wonky. But it also means that your assassin squad is basically a free pass to cheese any and all missions going forward. You can just get them to go in, take out any guards and be just fine, but if you were to do so much as just walk into a vision cone, it would have resulted in an instant game over. It's still a system that I think the franchise could have explored further upon if it wished to do so, especially now that we have the technology and the computing power to develop smarter AI. It's a good idea, but I think for Brotherhood specifically, the NPCs and the mission structure that it has, they're simply not set up in a way to really support this type of feature. And that's the idea that I get with a lot of that was added in Brotherhood. A lot of the additions aren't necessarily things that work all too well with the existing sandbox, the sandbox of Assassin's Creed 2, but they were included anyway because the game needed something new and the developers thought that it would be fun or cool in some way.
Stay on the road!
Another example of that would be the addition of chain kills when you do finally decide to fight for yourself, which now allow you to not instantly kill just one enemy, but all the enemies around you. The moment you perform a takedown, you just have to click the button again to perform a takedown on the next guy, and then the next guy, and the next guy, even if all of those enemies were still at full health. Is this balanced? Definitely not. But is it fun, and does it fit within the theme of Ezio now being a seasoned assassin? Definitely, yes. Brotherhood really feels like a power fantasy, making you feel like the ultimate assassin at the cost of game balance and difficulty. Now, not everything with Brotherhood worked as well, and the one area where the game particularly suffered is with its variety of content, specifically during the main campaign. As I said before, the game still has curated missions that progress the story with cutscenes and voice acting and all that stuff, but so much of those missions just feel like you're doing the same type of thing. Tailing or trailing missions, however you want to call them, they are especially abundant in Brotherhood. Follow friendly NPCs around, follow enemy NPCs around without being spotted, follow them on horseback, don't let them escape.
Ezio, stop him!
If I were to sum it up, the biggest thing that Brotherhood had going for itself was that, just like with the first Assassin's Creed game, it was the only one of its kind. It was the only game where you could truly explore a large open world map as an assassin, and it was the first game that truly let you get immersed in this one location. Sure, it had its shortcomings, it was a bit rough around the edges, it had some balance and sandbox issues, and yeah, this is what the final boss fight looked like. But all of that was overshadowed by just how much players loved the idea of this style of open world. And that might be an odd thing to hear now, when it feels like everybody unanimously hates the checklist style of open worlds that most games are nowadays. But don't forget that just a couple of years before Brotherhood released, we got the Assassin's Creed that had virtually no content in it. At the end of the day, there is only one reason why modern open world games are the way they are today. And that is because at some point in time, it is what people wanted. This is why Brotherhood ended up pushing 7 million copies just 6 months after its release, and it ended up being one of the highest rated titles the company had ever seen, with universal praise from both the players and the critics alike. It didn't matter that so many of its features and mechanics were a direct copy and paste from the second game, precisely because it was packaged in such a different way. And it also didn't matter that so much of its content was so similar, because of the simple fact that there was so much of it. And while all of that was great and definitely worthy of a round of applause towards the many development teams putting this all together, it also sent a very clear message to the higher-ups over at Ubisoft. One where whatever path they chose, whatever actions they took, whatever they did to make this game happen, well, it was the right path, it was the right thing to do, obviously. Because how else did the game sell so well and receive that much universal praise?
Money for you, banker.
I will take that. And that.
It was right to force the developers to work on an extremely short timeline of just 1 year, just as it was right to grab a bunch of studios and have them collectively patch this game together. It was right to reuse assets, characters, story beats and gameplay systems from the previous game, just as it was the right thing to do to split the main development team in two and have multiple teams work on multiple Assassin's Creed games simultaneously. Needless to say, that this is where things really started to take a turn. This is where Ubisoft started to chase the yearly release cycle at a reckless pace, putting quantity over quality and iteration over innovation. And no game would become a better example of all of this than the next mainline entry in the franchise, Assassin's Creed Revelations.
Here we are in Constantinople, ladies and gentlemen, the height of the 16th century Ottoman Empire. As you can see, this is the New York City of its time. It's a vibrant, exotic city, but it's massive, spanning 2 continents, Europe and Asia. Lots of different cultures all coexisting here, definitely the crossroads of the world at the time. You will see architecture like you've not seen before in Assassin's Creed.
You see, even though Assassin's Creed 3 had already been in development for over a year now, it became clear early on that a 2-year development cycle would simply not be enough. There was a lot of stuff that the developers wanted to do with Assassin's Creed 3 that the engine simply wasn't capable of. And a big part of the development time would go into reworking that engine to do all those things. Anvil Next is the name that they gave it, and before Assassin's Creed 3 released, this new engine even became a big marketing center point as a means to show off how much better the third main installment would be over its predecessors. But back at the tail end of 2010, Ubisoft was a bit stuck between a rock and a hard place, because they would either have to go a whole year without a new Assassin's Creed game released and miss out on that enormous paycheck, or they would have to figure something out to fill in the gap for 2011. And the result of all of that is Assassin's Creed Revelations, because of course Ubisoft did not skip out on a yearly release past Brotherhood. And the story behind Revelations, it's quite an interesting one.
Since its debut in 2007, it has attracted hundreds of millions of fans worldwide. I'm talking about Assassin's Creed. Everyone do it with me. Diddle, 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 diddle. I said everyone, come on, diddle.
My name is Ezio Auditore da Firenze. It has been 15 years since the Spaniard, Rodrigo Borgia, murdered my family and drove me into exile.
You see, Revelations was originally going to be released as a handheld title for the Nintendo 3DS. It would have become another spin-off game that would have gone under the name of Assassin's Creed Lost Legacy. It was announced at the E3 2010 Nintendo conference,
Ubisoft with Assassin's Creed,
but later on ended up being silently cancelled, not to be heard from again. And of course this is because after seeing Brotherhood do the numbers that it did, Ubisoft decided to take whatever was already finished with that project, with that Nintendo 3DS spin-off, and flip it on its head to turn it into a mainline entry to be released the following year. And that is then when it was renamed to Assassin's Creed Revelations. To get this done, Ubisoft employed much of the same practices that it did with Brotherhood. And this time, they pushed it to an even larger extreme. If you thought that the credit scene in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood was long, wait until you see the one in Revelations. Every studio that had some sort of manpower available was called in to help on this game. Ubisoft Annecy, Massive, Quebec, Singapore, Bucharest, Kiev, and of course the main development team over at Ubisoft Montreal. And the funny thing is that they even managed to put a positive PR spin on this by boasting about how big Revelations would be and that a project of this magnitude simply required this much manpower. It was that big of an undertaking. That is what Revelations would become. And as you probably guessed it, or as you might already know, just as with the year before, the Collective Studios managed to patch together this new mainline Assassin's Creed title on time, ready for release in November of 2011. So, what was the result of all of that? Did this game end up being the grand Assassin's Creed experience that it was set up to be? I think you already know the answer to that. But let's take a deeper dive regardless to see what Assassin's Creed Revelations is really made out of. For a game that started its life as a title for the Nintendo 3DS, the one thing that you'll have to give it is that it definitely doesn't look like one. You'd think that with the hardware limitations staying exactly the same with all these past 4 titles, there wouldn't be too much of a difference game to game to game. But going from Assassin's Creed 1 to 2 and then to Brotherhood, it came with a graphical uplift every single time, and Revelations is no different. The game takes place almost entirely in Istanbul, so yeah, once again we have that one single large map as opposed to a bunch of different maps. And although this Istanbul in Revelations isn't nearly as big as Rome was, it does feel dense and crowded. And from the perspective of the streets, it has that almost maze-like feeling to it that resembles the map layout of the cities in Assassin's Creed 1 very much.
Come, Mentor da Firenze. I will show you around.
Now, much like with Brotherhood, the game does not actually start off in the main location though. Before arriving in Istanbul, you'll play through a short section in Masyaf, the home of the Assassin's Brotherhood in Assassin's Creed 1, where you'll find a door to an old library that supposedly has some hidden information. This door can only be opened by inserting 5 discs in a very specific way, and the goal of this game will become to find those 5 discs, and all of them will be somewhere in Istanbul. This is why Ezio travels there and why the player will be spending, well, pretty much 90% of his time there. And yes, you are playing as Ezio once again. He got his very own trilogy indeed, and in this one he ends up being in his mid-50s.
You fight like a man late for his own wedding.
See, by about 25 years.
On Desmond's side of the story, things are getting a little bit strange. As I said before, one of the teams at Ubisoft Montreal had already started working on Assassin's Creed 3 since the release of the second game. And the story in Assassin's Creed 3 was not only going to be a direct follow-up, but at the time that Revelations started development, it was also already set in stone. So now, with Revelations, the developers had to sort of squeeze something in between that wouldn't break either the story of the previous Assassin's Creed games or the one of Assassin's Creed 3. And their solution was to put Desmond in a coma of some sorts after the events of Brotherhood. The Animus had somehow scrambled his brain, and now Desmond would have to relive through the remaining events of Ezio and Altïar to get out of this coma.
Walk with me.
What is this place?
It's nice, isn't it? We're in the guts of the Animus.
Now, all of this is not completely out of the blue, especially not if you've paid attention during the dialogue of Assassin's Creed 1. Being put into a coma was an alternative in the lab if you didn't want to cooperate.
I am not going back in there.
Then we'll induce a coma and continue our work.
But with the way that all of it is presented to you in Revelations, it's pretty obvious that it was never supposed to be delivered to the player quite in this way, which is really the first side effect that we see of having this spin-off title be turned into a mainline entry. The second side effect would be with how the rest of the story is structured, mainly how to get those 5 discs, because you get all of them in an identical way to the others, and this is how that process goes. You first off begin by doing a mission for Sofia, one of the people that you meet while you're in Istanbul and one you get very well acquainted with.
Who are you, Messere?
Only the most interesting man in your life.
After which she will do some research for you, some translation work, and she'll show you a location within the city that you'll have to go to next in order to find a book. So you go to the location, you find the book, and then the book will give you the location of a hidden dungeon somewhere within the city. So then you go to the dungeon location, you enter it and go through it, which requires you to do some climbing, some other stuff, maybe some puzzle solving, and then at the end of it you'll end up finding one of those discs. After obtaining a disc, you'll get to relive a short memory from Altïar's side, after which the cycle repeats. You do this until you have collected all of the discs, and that is then where the story more or less ends. Now, of course, you cannot just do all of these dungeons and discs back to back to back to back, because between every one of them, there are about 1 or 2 story missions that develop a B-plot, so to speak. The storylines are mostly separate from one another until at the very end, where one of the bad guys attempts to take the discs away from you, and he does so by capturing Sofia. So yeah, if we put this all together, we can see that Revelations does have a very repetitive story structure, way more so than Brotherhood or Assassin's Creed 2 did. And on top of that, it is also significantly shorter than Assassin's Creed 2 or Brotherhood. Sure, it has the same amount of sequences as Brotherhood did, a total of 9, but a lot of these sequences are shorter, with the last couple of them only being about 15 minutes long. That of course doesn't mean that the game doesn't have any big set piece moments. In fact, it throws in a lot of them almost to make up for the fact that the story doesn't have that much depth. And that goes double for this scene where you end up destroying a bunch of ships that the developers could not stop showing off at the E3 show prior to release. But this is, without a doubt, another big compromise that we see with this game that had to be made due to its short development timeline. Much like with the first Assassin's Creed, the storyline is predictable enough to the point where if you're halfway through the game, you pretty much already know how the other half is going to play out. The one big surprise that the game still throws your way towards the final act of the game, that comes in the form of this second map that players temporarily get to explore. But again, the key word here is temporary. This is not a fully functioning second map, just a small area that you eventually end up escaping from. Why you have to escape, you ask? Well, because you decide to set the whole cave on fire, of course.
Keep out of sight until you hear the explosions. Then you run.
Explosions? If you do that, all hell will break loose.
See, I am counting on it.
Whatever happened to Ezio not killing civilians, am I right? Now, there's probably a good reason as to why this map never turned into a fully playable secondary area, and that is because, well, the open world of Revelations is just not as great as that it was in Brotherhood to begin with. And that might be an odd thing to say, because at first glance you'd call these two games almost identical in its open world structure.
Somewhere among this rabble is a Templar captain. Kill him, then climb the tower and light our signal fire.
Revelations pretty much copied everything from Brotherhood. From the towers that you have to set on fire to free up the districts, to the shops that you can then buy in those districts to then build up a passive income. Everything, every last thing that I've shown you in the Brotherhood section, it all works identical in Revelations. Like 100% exactly the same. Straight up copy and pasted. And some of you might say now that if it is all the same, then how come that it was great in Brotherhood and not so great in Revelations? And there are actually a few good reasons for that. With the first one being that in Brotherhood, this open world busy work was always accompanied with special content that you could find scattered throughout the game. A good example of that would be the secret dungeons you could find in Brotherhood, which are not completely absent from Revelations, but instead are turned into main story content. After every book you collect, you go through a dungeon. So we don't really have a way to find those naturally in Revelations. Other good examples would be Templar hunts, or the missions where you get to use Leonardo's war machines. Now, I'm not saying that these type of missions were the pinnacle of content, but Revelations doesn't really have anything to replace this content with either. It just doesn't have anything. Istanbul is basically a city full of just watchtowers and shops to purchase, without any of the more curated, more interesting content to surround it. And then there's of course also something to be said about the setting, because just copy and pasting over the exact gameplay loop one-to-one, of course, doesn't really make a lot of sense. In Brotherhood, the goal of the story was literally to rebuild the Brotherhood, and you did that by taking control away from the Templars and building up your own economy. The open world slop, so to speak, had a purpose towards the main theme of the game. And for Ezio to now have to do that exact same thing, but in Istanbul, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense. Especially since during the main campaign, they will tell you very early on that the assassins have a strong presence in the city already.
It's not so bad, really. For the first time in many decades, the assassins have a strong presence here.
All of this, of course, isn't to say that Revelations did not come with anything new. As far as unique side content goes, there's this tower defense type of minigame where you have to hold off against a horde of Templars. And as far as your assassin recruits go, because that is a feature that is also back, you can now send them across the globe on special missions to take control away from Templars elsewhere to level them up as well. And these are alright, I guess. They are decent additions, but with how disconnected both of these, let's call them mini-games, are from the rest of the sandbox, they didn't really do too much to add to the experience. And it's always left me to think that these are just things that were left over from when this project was still a Nintendo 3DS title. Even the new bomb-making system doesn't feel that great to play around with. Revelation for some reason puts an enormous focus on making bombs. You can collect different components around the world, you can craft different bomb types with different effects.
Bomb crafting. Now you can create your own bombs using components that you find throughout the game, and you can use them based upon your style of gameplay.
The system itself isn't bad, but in a sandbox it is so centered around parkour, stylish combat, sneaking around. Having 20 different type of bombs is just a bit redundant. Like a smoke bomb or a sound bomb is really all you need, which we had in previous games already. But now for some reason there are a few dozen recipes to make minor tweaks to how these bombs work, and a whole in-game economy system to supplement that.
That should keep me busy. Grazie, Yusuf.
Put this all together and what you have here is just a very middle-of-the-road Assassin's Creed game that doesn't really do anything unique and has less content than anything that came before it. And back in 2011, players weren't completely oblivious to this fact either. They knew that Revelations really wasn't all that it was set out to be. If you look at the review scores, for example, you'll see they're still high, but notably lower than either Assassin's Creed 2 or Brotherhood. What really saved this game for a lot of players and for Ubisoft is the fact that Revelations rounded up Ezio's story, which again was a character that a lot of players now got invested into because they played as him for dozens if not hundreds of hours in the past two games. And the way that this story rounds up is also not half bad. While the majority of Revelation's story is, well, quite repetitive and a bit of a mess to be honest, the ending scene sort of makes up for it, and it brings the characters of Desmond, Altïar and Ezio together in a way that the franchise hadn't done before. It really is because of this last scene alone that people tend to go far too easy on what was otherwise a very underdeveloped video game. This is also why Revelations, despite not really being the ultimate Assassin's Creed experience that it was made out to be, still managed to sell just as well as Brotherhood, shipping almost 7 million copies in just its first release quarter. Sales-wise, this franchise seemed unstoppable to Ubisoft, and it was actually after Revelations that their whole structure and approach to making these games changed.
And so it was really, during all this phase, it was moving from a collaboration organization to a co-development organization.
And what this essentially comes down to is that when all the different studios joined to make Revelations possible, it was very much a case of an emergency. All of these studios had to help out because otherwise the game would never be finished on time. You know, whatever you consider finished. But it was after this repeated success that Ubisoft decided to just have this many studios work on the franchise by default. Not as an emergency, but more as a way to ensure that they could realistically release an Assassin's Creed game every year without compromising on it as much as they did with Revelations. This is why, for instance, the team that worked on Assassin's Creed Revelations would start working on Assassin's Creed 4 as soon as Revelations was out of the door. Assassin's Creed 3 had already been in development for a good 2 years at this point and was still a whole year away, but a lot of the technical stuff, a lot of the engine stuff, that would already be finished at this point. Assassin's Creed 3 introduced ship combat, for example, as part of some of its side missions. But before this ship combat feature would even be so much a showcase to the public, the decision within Ubisoft was already made to take that thing and design a whole Assassin's Creed game around it. Meanwhile, a third core team at Ubisoft had also already started development on yet another Assassin's Creed game, one that would later be titled Assassin's Creed Unity, and then a fourth team would start development on Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation, the portable spin-off title that would be made for the PlayStation Vita. Midway through 2012, mass development of these Assassin's Creed games had truly started. We had 4 different games being developed simultaneously by a total of as much as 7 combined teams. And if you thought that the games were too similar or repetitive before, wait until you see the results of all these different teams making games at the same time, following the same principles and working under the same guidelines. But before we get to that, we're going to have to look at Assassin's Creed 3 first. The last game for a long time in this franchise that was really allowed to breathe during development, thanks to Brotherhood and Revelations. And I've already shown you where a lot of that extra time went into. A lot of stuff with the engine and a lot of under the hood work that would have allowed for this game to do the things that previous titles could only dream of. It would also be the first time since 2009 that the franchise would see a new protagonist too. Multiple ones, actually, because the game has a bunch of twists. So yes, with all of that being said and done, was the 3 years of development time, combined with that complete top-to-bottom rework of the engine, worth it? Did Assassin's Creed 3 end up being the next step for this franchise that it was almost expected to be? Well, let's go ahead and have a look.
Don't stare. Sorry.
Out of all the games on this long list of games, it was always going to be Assassin's Creed 3 that would be among the most divisive ones. Because to answer the big question right away, yeah, Assassin's Creed 3 is bigger, looks better, has more content and does things that previous games in the franchise simply could not. And based off that alone, you could very easily argue that Assassin's Creed 3 is the game that everybody had hoped for, that it did push the formula, and that the 3 years of development time definitely paid off. At the same time though, when talking about all of these new things, it can often be difficult to see the ways in where the majority of it actually mattered in a meaningful way. Either because all of these said things are so disconnected from the core gameplay loop, much like the minigames in Revelations, or because all of these additions came at the cost of something else. But there's a pretty good reason for this too, because the development of Assassin's Creed 3 again started after Assassin's Creed 2 was finished, which meant that they got those 3 years of development time, but it also meant that any of the big improvements that Brotherhood or Revelations made to the formula, some of those things might have not carried over, since all of these games were made by different core teams.
Even though Assassin's Creed is published every year, it's not developed year by year.
Assassin's Creed 3 started in January 2010, where basically a bunch of people coming out of AC2, like AC2 just shipped in November, so they decided to try to explore different ideas, different period as well.
So when looking at Assassin's Creed 3, what we have here is essentially an alternate version of Brotherhood, an alternate sequel to Assassin's Creed 2. A game that was made by different people that had different tools available to them and a different timeline on which they had to work.
Are you touched in the head?
Me, Haytham. I come in peace.
Why are you speaking so slow?
Sorry.
And in this game, we'll start off playing as Haytham Kenway, a British, not assassin, but Templar. And that is one of the game's first twists, if you manage to stay away from the pre-release marketing at least. There's a tutorial area where you'll spend some time on a ship, but after arriving in Boston, you're essentially free to explore the world.
Boston's quite a lively city. There's all manner of things to see and do.
There's also still the overarching plot in the modern day setting, also still through the perspective of Desmond. With the events of the previous game, Desmond managed to get the Apple of Eden, which he uses at the start of Assassin's Creed 3 to enter an old precursor temple. And it's here that he learns about a doomsday event in the form of a giant solar flare. And now it's up to Desmond to save the day.
Here we go again.
Also, your father is with you for some reason, probably because the developers wanted you to have an emotional moment as Desmond later on in the game as well. And while the only other person that Desmond somewhat cared about has already been deceased. There's a lot more Desmond content in this game than in any of the previous games. You have some parkour challenges in this temple, for example, and you go on dedicated, more linear missions as Desmond. And my best guess is that the developers wanted to include all of this because this would also be the last game to feature Desmond in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, spoiler alert, he dies at the end in order to save the world, in what was for many players the most disappointing train wreck of a finale imaginable. And we'll come back to that in a little bit. Now, the one final big thing regarding the story and the setting was that you didn't just get to play as one protagonist inside the Animus, but as two. And not in the way that the more modern Assassin's Creed games do it, where you get to pick between a character based on playstyle or just between what gender the main character actually is. No, in Assassin's Creed 3, the first act of the story, you play out as the Templar, Haytham, but then for the remainder of the game, you play as Connor, his half-native son, because Haytham got a little too close with one of the locals. And yeah, this does instantly set the stage for an interesting story to develop, because the setting would be the Europeans colonizing America and taking land away from the natives. And in this game, you get to see both sides of the story. Mainly just how much Connor gets screwed over, losing his mother and his friends in a village fire.
And so I spare you, that you may carry word to your people. Let them know the sooner we are given what we seek, the sooner you can return to your pathetic, empty lives. A fair trade, is it not?
What is your name?
Charles Lee. Why do you ask?
So I can find you.
I look forward to it.
This is then where, just like Ezio, he swears to take revenge, which leads him to become an assassin, with the game ending when you finally take out everybody involved, including Haytham, your own father. To put it short, yeah, the game does reuse a lot of story beats from Assassin's Creed 2. Losing your family in some way, shape, or form because of the Templars, and then seeking out revenge, and then that being the way that you become an assassin. But thanks to the dual protagonist perspective, and while the setting where it's taking place, it feels different enough to where it does not feel repetitive. And the world plays a big part in this too. As promised by the developers, yeah, it ended up being far bigger than either Revelations or Brotherhood. It ended up looking way more visually impressive, and the game even has the ability to switch between seasons. But the one thing that Assassin's Creed 3 is not is one big seamless open world. It is not like Brotherhood or Revelations. If anything, the map in Assassin's Creed 3 most resembles the one seen in Assassin's Creed 1, where we have one large area in the middle called the Frontier, connecting a few, well, still large but notably smaller cities. In this case, Boston, New York, and then later in the game, Homestead, the location of Connor's home base. Now, the Frontier is of course a lot more impressive than the Kingdom in Assassin's Creed 1 ever was. The Kingdom was just an area with a bunch of viewpoints and synchronization points, maybe a bunch of enemies and collectibles to find, but that was really it. You can hardly even call this an open world map, but the Frontier really is that big open play space. It is where you'll do most of the tree climbing, which was a new addition that was not possible before in previous Assassin's Creed games. It's where you'll find most of the animals in this game, the wildlife, and where you can do most of the hunting, which is another new sort of side type of content. And even the way you explore this world is different to the previous Assassin's Creed games. Again, in all the games leading up to this game, all you had to do is climb those viewpoints and perform a synchronization. And then the surrounding area will be revealed to you, aside with all the activities that are available in that area. But here, you can still do that. Sure, you have the synchronization points, but the map also reveals itself to you as you walk through it for the first time. So you really can just explore this world in whatever way you see fit. This world is of course also filled with content and all sorts of new stuff, and the developers have even added a lot of small things when it comes to the general gameplay. As I go down the list though, this is also where the argument of things feeling a bit disconnected comes into play. Because although yeah, this game bursts with new type of content, a lot of it is often put very far to the side of the experience, to the point where some of it might as well not have been in the game and players probably wouldn't have missed it either. Take the ship combat for example, something that was deemed so good by Ubisoft that it was worth basing a whole other game around. But actually playing with the ship is something you really only do in 4 or 5 side missions, and that is that. The underground tunnels in the city are another thing on that list. You remember how in Brotherhood you had these tunnel entrances that you could buy so you could unlock them as fast travel points?
We can get to our destination rapidly without encountering resistance.
Well, in Assassin's Creed 3, the developers decided to take it one step further and have you physically go into these tunnels and have you find the fast travel points from beneath. Which is a decent idea on paper, if there was actually anything else going on in these tunnels too. But that's not really the case, it's just finding fast travel points. And so they've basically put a quality of life feature behind a minigame. And then there's the in-game trading and economy, which for some reason is not only overly convoluted, but also, again, entirely separated from anything else in the main campaign. I'm not joking when I say that you can play Assassin's Creed 3 from start to finish without ever earning a single penny, because the main missions don't give you anything, and you'd have to invest a decent amount of time into the side mission content before things really start to get rolling. And that, I think, is just not great, because it automatically means that if you aren't earning money, if you're not engaged with the trading in this game, then you're also automatically not interacting with any of the other side content this game has to offer that requires money. Think about vendors, crafting, weapons, your ship, which you can also upgrade. And then we haven't even talked about the core gameplay yet, the parkour and the combat. Even here, the changes made from Assassin's Creed 2 or Brotherhood to Assassin's Creed 3, it's debatable whether it's all a step forward or a step backwards. In theory, of course, the tree running was a cool addition to the game and something that should have opened up a lot more freedom. But in practice, in the Frontier, most of the tree running sections are just entirely linear. It's a predetermined path that the developers laid out for you to go from branch to branch to branch, and it hardly feels like you have the type of freedom that you would have in the big cities. You know, the type of freedom that Assassin's Creed 1 introduced and what got that game so much attention back then. And it's the same thing for the combat. We have all these amazing animations and all these finisher moves, and you can tell just how much time the developers put into polishing up the way that it looks. But just as with the parkour, it plays in a very linear way. All you have to do is just button mash or use specific combos on some enemies, and they will fold over like never before. A lot of depth has been taken away from both the parkour and the combat. At the end of the day, I think the real story of Assassin's Creed 3 is just that this is a game with a lot of good ideas that were new, not just for this franchise, but also just very new in general. But unfortunately, with many of these new additions, the execution of it just leaves a lot to be desired. And then, on top of all of that, many of the things that we used to have that used to be seamless, like fast traveling, it all ended up being a lot more cumbersome, not as smooth. It either put a bunch of menus in between you and what you actually wanted to do, and fast traveling usually meant you had to go through multiple loading screens back to back to back, because it never would just teleport you to the area where you wanted to go, but just in front of another loading zone of the area where you wanted to go. On release, Assassin's Creed 3 was also extremely buggy and had very poor performance. Just look at these charts from Digital Foundry. And all of this just points to the fact that if you want to innovate instead of iterate, things take a lot more time to get right. Even 3 years might have not been enough. Which makes sense if you take in mind that Assassin's Creed 1, a game made for the same console generation, a game that also required many upgrades and reworks to its engine, a game that also had the luxury of basing a lot of its concepts off of previous products, but also introduced a lot of new things never seen before, that game took 4 years to develop and still got a lot of things, even things regarding its base mechanics, regarding parkour for example, absolutely wrong. Even with 3 years of development, Assassin's Creed 3 was not finished. And so this is why it will always be remembered as a unique game in the franchise that brought a lot of interesting concepts to the table, only to be left out of the bigger conversation because of how poorly a lot of these things were implemented. And all of that is not even to mention the big elephant in the room, of course, the modern day ending to Desmond's story. To sum it up, to save the world from the solar flare, Desmond simply has to interact with a panel inside of the Precursor Temple, with the only catch being that Desmond also dies. And most of the things that happened on his journey, most of the things with all of the characters leading up to it, it all didn't really matter. Now that is simplifying it a bit, because the outcome of the game is good, you did save the world, but still, the story feels very off here. Obviously, the developers just wanted to get rid of Desmond, wanted to get him out of the franchise so that they could really come up with a fresh start. I don't even think it was that bad of an idea. Not that many players were really invested in Desmond to begin with. But then, this is the fresh start that they came up with. So, yeah, you tell me whether that's an improvement or not.
Have you met our new hire? Just started today.
I haven't. Bonjour. What project?
Sample 17, the Kenway line.
Hey them, Connor...
Edward, the pirate.
Yar, matey. Very exciting. Welcome aboard.
Now to say that all of this made Assassin's Creed 3 a failure though, that would be a lie, because despite being reviewed significantly worse than some of its predecessors, even gaining an overall rating that would fall below the one of Revelations, the sales for Assassin's Creed 3 were completely off the charts. Just 3 months after its release, the game managed to sell a total of 12 million copies worldwide, which would be about a 70% increase over Revelations and Brotherhood, making it the best-selling title in the franchise by a landslide. This was in part, again, because of the outstanding marketing and the setting. Colonial America was especially appealing to the British and American audience, and I mean, the cinematic trailer alone hit 50 million views on YouTube, which even by today's standards is absolutely out of this world. On the handheld side though, things weren't looking so great. Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation, made for the PlayStation Vita, only managed to sell about 600,000 copies in the same time span. This is of course in part because the PlayStation Vita was just not awfully popular at the time, but in all honesty, Liberation was also just not a very good game, even if you compare it to handheld titles. Just as before, it was created in less than a year to try and squeeze just a little bit more juice out of the yearly Assassin's Creed release cycle. The game has you play as the first female protagonist, named Evelyn, whose one special signature move is, and I'm not kidding, to distract male guards by flirting with them, which makes them 100% oblivious to anything bad that you're doing.
As if you could conceal your true self from me. My dear, sweet stepdaughter.
Okay, there's a little more to this game. You can, for example, fit into different outfits, which will affect what you're able to do and how NPCs around you will react to you. So yeah, if you dress up as a princess, your one move is to flirt with men and distract them that way. But you can also dress up as a slave, and then you'll be watched very closely, losing the ability to flirt. The story, as the name implies, focuses for a very big part on freeing slaves, liberating them, but really because of its extremely short development time, it never really goes anywhere interesting or does anything impressive.
Halt!
I recognize these people. Some of them have worked for me.
A lot of the missions are just straight up copy and pasted from previous titles too when it comes to the narrative and gameplay. An example would be this mission where you have to poison people and make them think they're getting cursed, which was taken straight out of Revelations.
Eliminate them silently, giving the appearance of a voodoo curse.
Every man who touched that chest of coins must die, but discreetly, as if cursed by a pagan hex.
The one good addition this game had was the whip, which works pretty much like you expect it to. It can be used in combat to pull enemies towards you, and it's useful in some parkour sections where you get to swing around like Indiana Jones. Either way, even Ubisoft realized after the release of Liberation that with these handheld titles, the juice was simply not worth the squeeze. Reviews would always be middling at best and sales would never amount to any sort of numbers that could justify putting a whole team on, even if it was for just a single year. Liberation, for these reasons, would become the last handheld spin-off title that this franchise ever saw.
I will not live with the dishonor!
Agate! No!
And all of that then brings us to the year of 2013, where we finally get to cover what is widely considered as one of the best and unique games in the franchise, Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. And the story of this game's development, you already know it. It started its life right after the release of Revelations and was based on a lot of the tech that was created for Assassin's Creed 3. And even though the development team only had 2 years to put this together, by the time that this started development, Ubisoft was already so deep into their multi-studio, multi-core team workflow that things were getting done much faster with much more ease than in the previous years. Especially, again, because the groundwork for a lot of the engine stuff had already been laid out. In a lot of ways, you could say that Black Flag was to Assassin's Creed 3 what Assassin's Creed 2 was to the first game. Both Assassin's Creed 1 and 3 laid out the foundations and did the experimentation, and then Assassin's Creed 2 and Black Flag simply took the stuff that worked and refined it, putting it all together within a new, unique package. So now it is time to finally go over what that package looked like in 2013. What are the things that made Assassin's Creed Black Flag so special, and why is it that over a decade later, it is still often talked about as that flash in the pan that Ubisoft has been unable to recreate ever since?
Havana. I must get to Havana.
Well, I'll just build us another ship, will I?
I can pay you 100 escudos.
Assassin's Creed Black Flag starts you off stranded on an island as the character Edward Kenway, which, as you might have guessed by the name, just so happens to be the father of Haytham Kenway.
What's wrong, Haytham?
I can't see the stage.
Meaning that, yeah, this game takes place just a little bit before the events of Assassin's Creed 3. You aren't alone on the island that you start off on. In fact, the very first thing that you'll do is play one of Ubisoft's classic tailing missions. In this case, running after the guy and trying to kill him, trying to steal the package that he has, because you are a pirate after all. And there's a letter attached that tells you if you return this thing to Havana, then you will be rewarded handsomely.
I accept your most generous offer and await your arrival with eagerness. Therefore, come to Havana in haste, and trust that you shall be welcomed as a brother.
So, Edward takes on that role and finds a way to travel to Havana in order to get rich quick. This is how the journey starts. You'll end up delivering the package, meeting a few Templars, and it's through these guys that Edward learns about an even bigger prize. This time the centerpiece is the observatory that supposedly lets you see the position of anybody in the world.
This is happening right now. We're seeing through his eyes.
And so the goal of the game becomes quickly to find this observatory before everyone else does. Everyone else in this case conveniently being the Templar, which together with Edward already having the assassin's outfit on, that is how the game then turns its back to the assassin versus Templar's plot, just like with the rest of the games.
You live in the world, but you cannot make it move.
You mistake my motive, old man. I'm only after a bit of coin.
Now, I wasn't joking or exaggerating when I said earlier that the developers basically took the ship combat from Assassin's Creed 3 and built a whole game around it. Because that is pretty much what Black Flag is. It puts a very heavy focus on the ship, and almost everything that you do in this game is tied to that ship. So you shouldn't be too surprised when you boot up this game and you end up spending over half of your playthrough on open seas.
I'm calling her the Jackdaw. A sly bird I loved as a child back in Swansea.
Knowing that then, it probably also shouldn't come as a surprise that size-wise, Black Flag has all the previous games beat. It's of course not really a fair comparison. Black Flag naturally has a lot of water, some might even say too much water, and even a large amount of the landmass that you'll see is just simply not accessible. What you'll mostly find on this map are just small beaches, small coves, or maybe small islands that have a couple things marked on them, but that is really just about it. Black Flag is also not a seamless open world that, for example, Brotherhood was. There are a bunch of these larger places like Havana or Nassau, for example, that once you get close to these, you'll be put into a loading screen if you actually want to enter them. So more often than not, what this game really feels like is you have your hub areas, your cities, where you'll do some of the more traditional Assassin's Creed stuff, and then everything else is where you'll mostly play with the ship.
She's cracked! Lads! Send her to hell!
Find a captain and end this.
Honestly, this is easily where the game could have taken a huge blunder too, because putting aside just how good or how bad the naval combat may or may not be, at the end of the day, if players are buying an Assassin's Creed game, they do expect that game to be mostly about being an assassin, and not have the game turn itself into Battleships the minigame. So the real question that we really have to ask here is why it works so well in Black Flag. Is the ship combat just that good? I don't think so. It's alright. Really, if you were hoping for some profound or groundbreaking mechanics here to tinker with for endless of hours, you're not going to find it. Although your ship can be upgraded throughout the campaign and be equipped with some different weapons like a long-range mortar or some explosive barrels, the majority of ship combat just comes down to shooting the opposing ships with the sideboard cannons and making sure that they don't do the same thing to you. Which also means that it becomes about clever positioning more than anything else, and it isn't too difficult to outposition the NPCs in this game. And that is when the ship combat is at its best. It can very easily also turn into more of a damage trading minigame where you know your ship is going to be a lot stronger than the opposing ships, so why would you take the 20 extra seconds to reposition? You can just do a drive-by and come out on top anyway. The ship combat does get a lot better when some of the weather effects kick in because they greatly affect the sea, and that can make it a lot more difficult to hit or even see opposing ships to begin with. The waves can eat up your cannon fire too if you time your shots poorly, and yes, on the contrary, you can also hit the ships that are hidden behind waves, and that does feel pretty rewarding. So no, the ship combat is not bad, but also I wouldn't say that it's strong enough to glue together a whole game with. And that is something that Ubisoft also learned the hard way with their more recent pirate game experiment. Now, the real reason that the ship combat worked so well specifically for Black Flag was for a big part that you're never just stuck at the helm of the ship either. At any moment, whether you're close to an island or right in the middle of the ocean, you always have the freedom to leave the helm and do just about anything that you would usually do in other Assassin's Creed games. In naval combat, you always have the option to board enemy ships too, and that then allows you to take the enemies on the ships out the more classic way, the more old-style assassin way. And because of all of this, it never feels like you're not playing Assassin's Creed, because you never truly commit to only playing the ship minigame from now on out, like you did in Assassin's Creed 3. And the ship is also woven in pretty seamlessly with the rest of the game's mechanics. It doesn't just act as a way to get around faster than swimming, it also somewhat resembles the family estate from Assassin's Creed 2. It is just this thing where you can just keep dumping money and resources into it and you'll slowly see it evolve over time. This time though with actual gameplay benefits, like extra weapons on the ship, or extra tools, like for example the dive bell that allows you to go underwater and play this minigame of finding treasure there. Instead of the watchtowers that are spread out all over the open world, we now have fortresses that, you probably guessed it, have to be weakened first with the ship before you can storm it on foot and try to take it over. Instead of a wanted system, we now have bounty hunters that come in the form of ships that will chase you around the ocean. Many of the features from previous Assassin's Creed games have simply been transformed to work with the ship instead of the player. So it never really feels like the jackdaw is just this odd thing that you just have to deal with for traversal.
Not a bad looking tinderbox you got there.
You sound a bit green, horny gold. Is it envy? Because mine's bigger than yours.
All of that combined though is also what makes this game a bit of a double-edged sword. And it is one of the reasons why fans of the franchise often say that while Assassin's Creed Black Flag is a great pirate game, it wasn't necessarily a very good Assassin's Creed game. Because yeah, the ship did replace a lot of the stuff that you would do typically as an assassin on foot. And the core pillars that made Assassin's Creed what it was in the previous games, they aren't necessarily at their best here either. The combat, for instance, it's very similar to Assassin's Creed 3, where it puts animations and spectacle over difficulty, which, just like Assassin's Creed 3, looks great when it, works, but doesn't necessarily give you the most satisfying gameplay experience. Pair that with the fact that this is also the Assassin's Creed that has the least amount of weapon variety out of any Assassin's Creed game except for the first one. You just have your hidden blade, your double swords and your dual pistols, and then the couple of tools that you'll unlock as the story progresses, like the poison and the berserk darts. They're powerful to the point where it almost breaks the balance of the gameplay a bit. If you want to stay undetected, but you can't be bothered to take enemies out stealthily, just use a sleep dart on everybody that is about to spot you. Or alternatively, you can just use the berserk dart and let the enemies do the work for you.
Oh! You could have been a man who stood for something.
A few moments later.
Is that pirate hunter dead? Aye, by my own hand.
So that was a fucking lie.
And when it comes to parkour, well, there are some cities like Havana or Nassau that are built very well to support all the movement that the player has. The rest of the game just really isn't. A lot of the islands are just kind of flat, and a lot of the sections that you'll play through in the campaign, they're linear to the point where it's very similar to how the frontier worked in Assassin's Creed 3. There's just one laid out path and you just have to hold forward to get across it. And then the mission design around these core pillars of the Assassin's Creed franchise. I haven't even touched upon the mission design yet. This game especially leans very heavily into the infamous tailing missions. You're tailing on foot, tailing a ship with your ship. You're tailing friendly NPCs, enemy NPCs, you're escorting them. And some of these sequences, they last upwards of 5 minutes at a time. And you'd think that for a mechanic that the developers use in literally over half of the missions in this game, trust me, I've counted, they would have made it just a little bit more interesting.
It really captures the essence of the era. I think you'll love it. Take care.
The reworked modern day also wasn't really it. The story here is that Abstergo, the company behind all of the stuff that happened in the previous games, they took Desmond's dead body, they brought it back to their lab and they used it to sequence memories somehow. And now they've turned those memories into a VR-like experience for all their employees to enjoy, to eventually be turned into an entertainment product of some sort that they can sell. Something like that. And throughout the game, you'll be taken out of the pirate experience multiple times because there's also a hacker in this company that needs you specifically to do some things around the office.
Get down to the lobby. There's a courier waiting. Yeah, that's right. I've been planning this for a few hours.
It's not that great. You just end up playing a bunch of mini games and walking around clicking a few buttons. It doesn't sound too bad on paper until you realize that most of it is just entirely linear. So even though there could have been a lot of doors and a lot of rooms in this building that you could have had to explore, you really only get to go into the select few areas that the story requires you to, which instantly just makes it not as fun to do. It isn't so much exploration as that it is just a walking simulator, very much on rails. So yeah, to sum it up, when we look at Black Flag, it wasn't so much that any of its mechanics were so groundbreaking. It did not revolutionize the way that Ubisoft did its open worlds or went about its campaign structure. The on-foot combat wasn't difficult enough to offer any kind of challenge really, and the ship combat definitely wasn't deep enough to turn into a full game by itself. Simply, with Assassin's Creed Black Flag, the one big reason why this game became so popular is that it was a really good pirate game in a world that doesn't really have any proper pirate games at all. The setting is what sold it, and the fact that it had the luxury of using years and years and years of refined Assassin's Creed mechanics to support it, that also didn't hurt. Something that probably won't surprise you either, given this game's popularity, is that Black Flag sold quite well. Just 6 months after its release, it had already crossed 11 million sales, which put it at a very strong second place, just behind Assassin's Creed 3. From here though, the release cycle of Assassin's Creed gets a little bit strange. The following year, for example, the Ubisoft would be set to release not one, but 2 mainline Assassin's Creed games. And the thing is that both of these Assassin's Creed games would also be released on exactly the same date.
That's ambitious.
Profitable too, if we can manage it.
Aye.
The titles in question are Assassin's Creed Unity and Assassin's Creed Rogue. And the story with these two is that, well, Unity was the big one. This was the game that Ubisoft had been working on for a few years already, and it was the one that was specifically designed for the next generation of consoles, to really push this franchise to the next level. But in 2014, well, Ubisoft had taken note of the fact that not everybody had a next generation of consoles already. So, not to lose out on any potential buyers, the decision was made to take Assassin's Creed Black Flag and essentially pull another Revelations with it. As in, flipping that game on its head and turning it into another sequel to be then sold at full price for the last generation consoles. And that second game, that is the one that ended up being given the very fitting name of Assassin's Creed Rogue. So yeah, even though we skipped over some of the DLCs for some of these past games, like the Freedom Cry DLC for Black Flag, which I did play, but ultimately didn't find different enough to really make it its own section in this video, we are going to take a look at Rogue before moving over to Unity. If anything, just to give you a quick look to show you what this game was all about, and yeah, also to show you what type of egregious copy and pasting we were really already dealing with back in 2014.
The 7 Years' War was about to begin. I could not have imagined what the future had in store for me. My name is Shay. This is my story.
Given the relative success that Assassin's Creed Revelations saw, being touted as the product of another Revelations-like development cycle might not seem all that bad. If Revelations could sell 7 million copies in less than a year, then surely Rogue could at least get close to that. Except this time around there were a few key differences that really stacked the deck against this game. First of all is that Rogue wasn't set up to be the big finale to the trilogy of a well-beloved character like Ezio. None of the characters from either Assassin's Creed 3 or 4 or from any of the DLCs or spin-offs, they ever reached that type of popularity. And also with how those stories already sort of finished up in their own respective games, Ubisoft decided that with Rogue, they would just go for an entirely new character, one named Shay, that true to the name of the game, goes rogue to leave the Brotherhood and join the Templars.
Shay!
Not a horrible setup for a story, of course, but hardly one that has the same type of pull as the finale to the Ezio saga. Another thing to consider was that in 2014, players were already starting to grow kind of tired of the Assassin's Creed and the Ubisoft type of open world formula. Since 2008, we saw 6 or 7 of these Assassin's Creed games hit the shelves, more if you want to count in the handheld spin-off titles, and every year it seemed as if the developers did less and less to change or innovate on the formula. You might have even noticed that as we're going over all of these games in this video, the sections have been getting a bit shorter and shorter, and that's simply because with every release, there is less new stuff to look at. On top of that, while not everybody might have had a next generation console in the year of 2014, a lot of players were at least considering making the switch at some point in the future, knowing that if they wouldn't, they would of course get left behind. And that obviously also had a big impact on how winningly the core audience would be when it comes to buying new games for their now older generation console. And that's all not to mention the players that did have a new console and liked Assassin's Creed and thus went out to buy Assassin's Creed Unity instead. So yeah, let's just say that there's a very good reason for when Ubisoft talks sales numbers, it is always in conjunction with Assassin's Creed Unity. Unity and Rogue combined sold 10 million copies. But how many of those copies were Unity and how much of those were Rogue? That is something that to this day we still don't really know. Although it is pretty obvious that Rogue did not get the majority of those sales. Putting the numbers aside though, because numbers are of course not everything, how is Assassin's Creed Rogue? Did this come out as the underappreciated masterpiece that never got to see the big spotlights because of its bigger, older brother?
It was my fault.
Well, not really, but to call this game bad, that would be a lie too. As I said, the game has you play as the new character named Shay, who starts off being loyal to the assassins, but then slowly starts to question who is actually in the right and who is in the wrong, as he continues to stack up the piles of bodies. This builds up to a climax pretty early on in the game where he becomes responsible for the deaths of many of thousands, because, well, he causes an earthquake by touching a precursor object, and all of Lisbon gets to suffer the consequences for it. This causes Shay to betray the Assassin Brotherhood, who gave him the orders to retrieve the artifact to begin with, fully knowing what would happen and without telling Shay beforehand. And the rest of your journey then becomes one where you slowly become a Templar and you kill many of your previous allies along the way. All in order to prevent yet another earthquake, because the Assassins, they were not done yet.
I don't mess him, don't.
The earthquake happens anyway though, and that is then the end of the game, roughly summarized. So yeah, when it comes to the story, there is a unique angle here that the franchise hasn't really explored yet, because who playing through this game hasn't at some point questioned the legitimacy of the Brotherhood, where one moment you're slaughtering dozens of people, and then in the next cutscene you're being schooled over morals and values. And no game before has really allowed the main character to step away from the role of being an assassin because of it. So the setting could have been interesting, but unfortunately with this story, it never really goes too deep into it. It never dares to ask any of the hard questions. It is just Shay feels betrayed, the assassins are the bad guys, and you're going to have to play as a Templar now. Which, conveniently enough, plays out exactly the same as a pirate, apparently, because to put it short, Rogue really is just more Assassin's Creed Black Flag. You have the same ship combat with the same boarding mechanics, you use the same weapons, you have the same moves and movesets, you use the same animations, we have the same mission types, and yes, you still kill people for almost half of the game. The modern day is still the same, the game still uses the same UI even, and on top of all of that, Rogue is also a much smaller game, both in size and in length. It is to the point where you should not be surprised if your first playthrough ends about 6 hours in. That's not to say that you cannot get a lot more hours out of this game if you wanted to, because credit where credit is due, this game has a lot of side content, and it did try to combine some of Black Flag's mechanics with those of Brotherhood, where you can invest money into buildings all around the world after you have liberated certain areas from the bad guys, so that whole economy system is back. And it also sort of fits the plot here, because as a Templar, you are seeking control over the world. And what is a better way to do that than to just buy everybody out? So it's not that this game couldn't be fun or that you couldn't enjoy yourself, but it really is just that. It's just a remixing or reusing older mechanics from previous games without adding really anything unique itself.
Keep your wits about you, Shay. Criminals are everywhere, and most of them look just like law-abiding citizens.
Even its most prominent feature, the one where you're being hunted as a Templar, because of course after leaving the Brotherhood and betraying your brothers, you have set yourself up to be a target for them. Even that new feature is just something that the developers took from the multiplayer mode and put into the single player. Now the multiplayer is something that I haven't really touched upon yet in this video, but to put it short, ever since Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, these Assassin's Creed games have always come with multiplayer components, which were pretty basic. The most common game type was one where everybody looks like an NPC and everybody is trying to assassinate everybody else in the match before you have the others do the same thing to you. The only twist is that there's also a lot of real NPCs, so you never really know who is a real player and who isn't. That is until somebody else messes up and reveals themselves to be an assassin, either by walking very fast or by just assassinating the wrong target. Now, the thing is with these game modes is that if somebody would get close to you, then the game would give you a little hint, because you would hear these whisper sounds. And that would be sort of your warning sign that you might very soon become the victim of an assassination. And that is more or less the new feature that you can find in Assassin's Creed Rogue. Every so often you will walk around and suddenly hear these whispers, after which you have to use your eagle vision to find an assassin that is hiding in plain sight waiting to take you out. And that is that. Those are the consequences of becoming a Templar. And the thing is with Rogue is that I do have a list here, I do have stuff written down that I could very easily go over. All of the little things that make Rogue just a little bit different from Black Flag. Like how the ship has a minigun now and how you can break icebergs to create waves during ship combat that can damage your ship and the enemy ships. Or how the map is not one giant map but just 3 smaller maps instead. So we're trading a seamless world here for a more varied one. And Shay can also do this climb animation thing on a select few areas in the world. But as I've gone over the footage again and over the script again, I've started asking myself how important these things really were. The short story of it is that Rogue is just more Black Flag with a couple of different bells and whistles here and there. And that means it is great in all the ways that Black Flag was great, and not so great in all the ways that it was not. It is just a very okay game. It was something that was made yet again to maximize on the yearly release cycle, and really, it doesn't end up being anything more than that. Which then brings us to the other half of the 2014 releases, to Unity, which couldn't be in more stark contrast to Rogue. Because unlike Rogue, Unity was the game that would not just take the Assassin's Creed franchise to the next generation, but push the consoles that it was built for to their very limits. In a world where players were getting tired of the same old formula, Unity was going to be the game that would do all those things different, and would bring that feeling of new and excitement that players had with the first few games back, according to the pre-release marketing, the presentations, and the interviews at least. Most of you still watching this video by now probably already know that the reality of it was a little bit more complicated.
Must we rehash this debate again?
We must, and we will, Master Kimmer.
Because they weren't necessarily wrong. Unity was different, it did push those consoles, and in many ways, Unity was the best game that Ubisoft had worked on since Assassin's Creed 2. But in addition to that, Unity was also the worst game since Assassin's Creed 2. The highs of Unity are higher than most games in this franchise even do so much as dare to dream of, but the lows? Oh, they were low enough to be the catalyst to have Ubisoft change the whole franchise's genre from a stealth to an RPG and stat-based kind of one. Even the 4 years of development time that this game got proved to not be enough to reinvent the wheel properly and do it with the graphical uplift that was expected from the Switch to the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One. So yes, Unity did end up impressing its audience with many of its features, but it also blundered in just as many areas. Now, all of that has a lot of vagueness to it, a lot of foreshadowing maybe, so let's just cut to the chase. It is time now to take a close look at Unity and see what the fuzz really is all about. The single most impressive thing about Unity is without a doubt its world. The game takes players to 18th century Paris, which thanks to the next generation of hardware, and thanks to the countless of hours that the art team has put into making these buildings and streets as detailed as they are, still holds up rather well today. And just as important, it also makes for one of the best parkour playgrounds that the series had seen up until this point. A lot of the environments instantly feel very similar to Assassin's Creed 2 cities, where everything is about 2 or 3 stories high, so it never takes forever to get to the top of anything, and all of the streets are narrow enough that you can easily get from roof to roof to roof without making large detours. It of course still required the developers to get a little bit creative with conveniently placed down cards and wooden poles on the buildings, especially since this city was built at a 1-to-1 scale to the real thing. So yeah, some creative liberties had to be taken, but it gets the job done, and very rarely will you find areas in this game where parkour just doesn't work, or just isn't useful. And there are always multiple ways to get from point A to point B. Something that you'll also notice playing this game is just how many indoor areas Paris has. Since Assassin's Creed 3, the developers had already tried to do some more stuff with indoor areas, like you have these animations when you go through specific buildings. In Unity though, those indoor areas are fully realized. Some buildings have a whole open bottom floor, and other buildings can be explored entirely. And while, yeah, still a lot of the buildings in this city are closed off, not every building is going to be open, it still makes a notable difference when it comes to player freedom and just the overall immersion. It makes a city feel a lot more believable. Another part that plays into that are the many NPCs that you might have already seen in the footage. Unity is able to draw a ridiculous amount of NPCs on the screen at once, way more than even the most recent games are able to do, and that of course has the possibility to play very well into the whole stealth aspect of the game because you can use these large crowds to make yourself invisible. That doesn't mean that the game automatically has the best parkour in the franchise, or the best stealth, or the best gameplay even, and that all of these things worked flawlessly, but initial impressions, just based on the visuals and the overall feel of the game, it is usually very good. Now in this 18th century rendition of Paris, you get to play as Arno, who manages to lose not just one, but two fathers. His real father gets killed by none other than Shay at the start of the game when Arno is just a little kid, and yes, that is the Shay from Assassin's Creed Rogue. And then Arno loses his adoptive father when he's an adult, which also becomes the catalyst for the story of the game. Because yeah, Arno gets blamed for the death, he is sent to prison, where he then meets an assassin that is willing to train him, and this is how he then starts out on his own revenge story, using the assassin Brotherhood to get what he needs. If you're noticing a lot of similarities here already, yeah, almost every Assassin's Creed game since Assassin's Creed 2 has you go on some sort of revenge story because of a deceased family matter in some way, shape or form. And Unity really is no different. Arno in a lot of ways even resembles Ezio a bit in the way that he talks and how he's instantly set up to be just as much of a womanizer as Ezio was.
You were always a bad influence.
Oh, you were a worse one.
Though not everything always comes across as well, I wouldn't say Arno has quite the same impact, but that is mostly due to the campaign's new story structure and the larger focus on the multiplayer aspect of the game.
One last thing. While you've been busy, I had Deacon do some poking around in Arno's memories. Seems he was a busy guy. See that symbol? That's a co-op mission. I play a lot of games multiplayer. I don't know about you, but I thought you'd like to mix it up a little. These are missions Arno ran with his assassin buddies, so they'll give you an idea of what our organization's about. Just walk into the glitch and you'll get all the details. I've marked them on your map.
At first glance, when you load up this game, it might not seem like a big deal or a big issue all that much, because at its core, Unity is not all that much different from the previous games. As always, it is divided up into different sequences, 12 in this case, and those sequences all have a few missions in them that you have to complete in a linear order. Where Unity differs though, is that each of these sequences have far fewer missions in them, sometimes as little as just 2, and that instead the focus is put entirely on a select few of them, a select few larger missions, and then online multiplayer heists. Now we'll talk about the big missions first, because there's actually a lot of good stuff going on here. As always, as in previous Assassin's Creed games, you get a target and the goal will be to take that target out, either violently or through stealth. The difference here though is that going the violent route will prove to be a lot more difficult than in any of the previous titles. That is mostly because at the start of the game, you really don't have a lot of tools available to you, and your character has very little health and deals very little damage. So, naturally, what you'll end up resorting to is going the stealth way. And this is where these missions open up, because this is where you'll be given opportunities. Assassination opportunity, infiltration opportunity, distraction opportunity, assistance opportunity. Basically, these things are extra objectives within these missions that you can complete in order to make getting to your target a lot easier. You can get information on their current location or where they're going to walk. You can get a group of people to distract a guard so you can slip by. Or you can simply get a key to a door that would otherwise be locked that can make getting to the target a lot easier. Generally speaking, these opportunities, they do add a lot to the missions. It makes them feel less linear, less do this one specific thing without being seen or go into a fail state. And yet, you shouldn't confuse Unity with a more Hitman style of game where the whole sandbox is just there and you can really approach it in any way you want, because that is not what Unity is. Important items or targets, for instance, they don't really spawn in until you trigger certain objectives. Like we have this mission where I have to assassinate Latouche, and for that to happen I can get myself into this prison cell, only if I had the key though. Where can I find the key? Well, a guard is holding it, but that guard doesn't spawn in until you talk to the people in the prison cell first. It also doesn't really matter how many guards in the surrounding area I kill or how much of the crowd disperses after they get scared of me. So long as Latouche doesn't spot you himself, he won't really suspect anything and will just stay unassuming on his position regardless of what you do in the surrounding area. So think of these missions as very much linear still, but just with some extra optional steps to make the execution of your targets a little bit easier. I'd say it's a really good step in the right direction, but still something that could have been pushed much further. Now, I've mentioned that this game can be quite difficult if you mess up and get spotted. And really, the main reason for that is the way that Unity does its progression system. Because believe it or not, this is actually the first mainline entry in the franchise that dabbled with the idea of RPG mechanics. It wasn't Origins, it was this one. Enemies later into the game will have a higher level than the ones that you see at the start. You'll see the level of the enemies displayed with a diamond above their head from 1 to 5. And much like in the later games in the franchise, the player has to unlock his skills and upgrade his health through a skill tree.
The more time you spend with Arnaud, the more data we'll have to increase your synchronization with him and to activate his abilities. Here, have a look at this.
What all of this really comes back to is just the extended focus on the multiplayer component of this game. In 2014, multiplayer was the buzzword for investors the same way that live service is today. Sure, you can release a good single-player game, but multiplayer games would be infinitely more replayable and thus keep audiences for longer, possibly having them spend more money too. So, every game past 2010 had to have its multiplayer component pushed to the forefront of the experience, and Assassin's Creed Unity would be no different.
If you make the world challenging enough, if you make the opportunities be easier or more logical to perform by multiple players, if you then give those players complementary skills, people will naturally play co-op.
This is why, even though I'm playing through this game single player by myself, you can still see the name of the Uplay account in the top left corner of the screen, along with my general rank. And it is also why that if you want to stay properly leveled up throughout the game to keep up with enemy difficulty, you're generally going to have to subject yourself to some co-op missions, which in this game are called heists. I really wonder where they got that idea from. Now, don't get me wrong, these heists, they're not all so bad. They're not forced multiplayer, you can do them by yourself if you wanted to, and with a lot of them you wouldn't even struggle that much. But, as I mentioned before, this is also the other reason why Arnaud doesn't get to shine as much as Ezio. It's because these co-op missions, these heists, are obviously not going to have as much cutscenes or dialogue or story progression as a main story mission would have had.
Find the artwork and get it out. The assassins will return it to the Louvre.
Basically, you start these missions, you get a quick introduction through the Animus voice, and then you just go off and go do the objectives. A lot of the open world and a lot of the missions, they suffer from this problem.
Where he stared at, pisspot.
If you're not doing one of the big missions for the main campaign, you will hardly see the character that you're playing as interact with the world. And generally speaking, you can see a lot of compromises being made in Unity in order to push this game so much into the multiplayer space. And all of that is not even to mention the worst part of all of this, which are, as you probably guessed it, the microtransactions. With the switch over to the next generation of consoles and with the renewed focus on multiplayer, Ubisoft had the perfect excuse to try out their new monetization strategy and sell in-game weapons, gear, upgrades, even temporary health and damage boosts, all of it with virtual credits. And with how stat-based this game's progression really is, it makes a big difference. You can go from struggling to take down just a few guards to one-shotting everything in the game for the low cost of 125,000 levers or just $10 worth of Helix credits. Yeah, that is how this game balances the currencies that you get. It's either a pretty ridiculous grind to get some of this stuff or a quick swiping of the real life card. Lucky me, I just got 80 levers out of my estate chest, so I'm almost there now, boys. Almost there. Now, I am exaggerating a bit here. If you do invest the time into this game, you can earn a lot more money in-game pretty fast. But that doesn't take away the fact that the effects of these microtransactions can be felt throughout the whole game. It's the complete opposite of Assassin's Creed 2, where the economy was pretty generous, and if you just put a few hours into the estate, you'll likely have a fully decked out mansion by the end of the game. In Unity though, you can achieve 100% completion in the game, get every collectible, do every small thing, and you still wouldn't have made enough money to even get half of the stuff that is in the in-game shop. And if that wasn't already enough to destroy any goodwill the players might have had at the time, well, then there was of course the other big elephant in the room, the state in which this game was released, because everybody knows just how buggy and how janky Unity was, and to a degree still is to this day. On release, the game regularly froze up, it locked up, it stuttered with horrible performance, it had texture popping like no other game before it, people fell through the map regularly. All those memes about Ubisoft with the faceless characters, those originated from Unity too. This game, on release, was a complete disaster. Now, to the developers' credit, some of the worst parts have been fixed today. They spent about half a year patching this game up to make it playable, But even today, this is still the game that has the most jank out of every mainline entry in the franchise. It's not uncommon to get softlock in places just before or after cutscene triggers. It's not uncommon to see weird rendering artifacts muddying up the screen. The big crowds full of NPCs, even to this day, they just act weird, like the NPCs magically glide away as you walk through them and shapeshift their levels of detail right in front of your eyes. And even when we're not talking about bugs, but just how the game plays and feels, you know, when it works as intended, it still feels a bit rough here too. We have some of the best additions to parkour since the start of the franchise, like a dedicated button for parkour down, which when you hold it, your character automatically finds the best way to go down without taking damage. It sounds like a simple feature, but this is a huge improvement over the previous titles where the parkour was really only ever focused on going up and using the leap of faith to go down instead. Having a way to descend stylistically and without the risk of dying, that improves the gameplay flow a lot and prevents those unnecessary deaths where you think you can just about make a jump only to come up short just a few inches, which I unfortunately have experienced many times in my life. Even in the same spot across two different games.
But I knew it was too soon. That to approach them now would see me killed. All my work would be for nothing.
But while parkour down is one of the best additions to the franchise yet, the rest of the movement can feel really floaty, to the point where you sometimes don't even feel in control of your own character anymore. Stealth is also better and worse in much of the same ways. For the first time ever, we have a crouch button now in a stealth game, and we have a cover system that lets you somewhat reliably hide behind objects. It's nice on paper, if only it wasn't so damn clunky to use, and almost impossible to predict when you'll actually get detected by enemies if you're not using the cover system. Even from a visual presentation perspective, this game can feel quite messy. Like the developers just discovered what the bokeh blur was and how to utilize the depth map for anything else than fog, and they just cranked that stuff up to 11 in every cutscene because they wanted to look artistic. But then they realized that it doesn't work that well with the finer details like hair or when foreground objects get much more blurry than the background because it can't actually blur the object in front because it's just a post-render effect. But, you know, the developer said, screw that, it works about 70% of the time, so let's crank that shit up all the way. What it comes down to is that Unity just ended up being a giant disappointment for a large part of its audience. It's without a doubt a visually striking game that has more than just a few cool moments during its main campaign. But it's also a game that ultimately just collapsed under its own set of issues. It became the lowest rated Assassin's Creed game at the time, being rated lower than Assassin's Creed Rogue even, and although it did sell over 10 million copies together with Rogue eventually, which is still a respectable amount, Ubisoft would finally start to see the consequences of their actions the following year with Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Now, the story of Syndicate is not that much different from Rogue's, where Rogue used the engine, the tech and the systems that were created for Black Flag to accelerate its development timeline. So with Syndicate, but with the engine, the tech and the systems that were used for Unity. Ubisoft had already decided 1 year before the release of Unity that it needed to have a follow-up mainline entry the following year after that. So, when Black Flag released, they simply took what was developed for Unity up until that point and sent it over to one of their other studios, Ubisoft Quebec, to use that as the base for Syndicate, with the release deadline being 2025. And this is of course where things get very shaky, because at this point in time, due to the recent releases, Ubisoft's reputation was getting worse by the day. Trust in the franchise was at an all-time low, and now Ubisoft Quebec was given the task to create the next mainline entry in the franchise using the tech that spawned the buggiest, most janky Assassin's Creed game to date. And they had to do it in just 1.5 years. What this resulted into is understandably a game that plays it very safe and doesn't try to do too much in terms of scope. It mostly imitates what players liked about previous titles, while just trying to do its best not to mess anything up. It doesn't use some of the new rendering techniques, it doesn't look as visually impressive, it isn't nearly as detailed, it doesn't have the big crowds of NPCs, and it has a lot of band-aid solutions to the problems that plagued Unity because there was no time to fix them properly. The reception to Syndicate was therefore also pretty lukewarm. From its initial release getting notably less attention and often being filled with a middling response, to the sales being down astronomically. Syndicate only managed to sell about 4 million copies 1 year after its release, and that made it by far the worst performing mainline Assassin's Creed game ever, apart from maybe Rogue. Sales were down so much that Ubisoft was finally forced to take a step back, take a year to rethink their strategies for this franchise, because if the trend continued on like this, there would be no more Assassin's Creed franchise. That is what eventually led us to Origins and the RPG style of Assassin's Creed games. Which means that, yeah, Syndicate is often looked at as the last real Assassin's Creed game, where the focus would be on being an assassin. But even that statement is not necessarily all that true. As I've shown you before, Unity already started with some of the RPG mechanics because of its multiplayer component, and Syndicate actually pushed those a lot further than I think a lot of people remember. So before we say goodbye to the older style of Assassin's Creed games, it is now the time where we have a quick look at Syndicate and see what this weird in-between game was really all about.
I've never seen so many people all at once.
The churning seas of London. It's just the way Father described.
Syndicate has you play through the Industrial Revolution in 19th century London, which is the closest that the series has come to having the assassins part of the story play out in modern times, not counting the few Desmond missions in the first couple of games. And what this means is that even though it plays it rather safe and doesn't take too many risks, it still has a bunch of new things that are unique to this game alone. For one, and this is a bigger change than you would initially expect it to be, but Syndicate has horse carts now that move around the cities much like cars would in Grand Theft Auto, and they can be hijacked in a similar way to be used to get around the map faster. And again, even though you might think that this would just be a small addition made to accommodate for the time period, these horse carts alone change the Assassin's Creed experience so much more than you would initially think. It starts off with how the map is designed. 19th century London had much wider streets to accommodate for these horse carts. The whole city was practically built around them, and with Syndicate staying as true to the time period as possible, it took this to heart, meaning that the buildings in this game are further apart, much further than in Unity, and that instantly has a great effect on the parkour and the free running in this game. To put it shortly, it's simply not as practical. Another effect is that the city also doesn't really feel like a maze anymore, like for example the cities of Assassin's Creed 1 or Revelations did. It feels like a city that is rather pleasant to navigate actually. It's always easy to see where you're going, and that means that if you're going from point A to B and you're not using fast travel, you are going to be more likely to use a horse cart instead of trying to explore or figure out where you're going using the high ground and using the parkour. And for these reasons alone, it is easy to argue that this is the least Assassin's Creed feeling Assassin's Creed game up until this point. You know, before we had Valhalla.
No, 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 no! Too far! Too far! Amazing.
Now you're still playing Assassin's Creed, of course. You're still able to go up these buildings, and the developers did have a clever solution for all of these buildings being way further apart. And that solution came in the form of the rope launcher, which sort of acts as a band-aid, not just for these streets being much wider, but for a few other problems as well. First of all, this rope launcher obviously allows players to get from building to building, crossing that larger distance, at a faster speed than if you were to just run. Which means that parkour, at least to some degree, is still relevant. But what this rope dart also did is that it allowed players to ascend buildings very fast, which was also a needed change because of how tall most buildings were in this time period in this city. Without the rope launcher, it would simply take forever to get to the top of some of these buildings, and with the climbing being much more forgiving in this game than in the previous Ezio games, for example, it would have just been a bore. Most importantly though, this rope dart also sort of allowed the developers to bypass the rest of the parkour system, the system that was used for Unity, for example, because that system had a lot of clunkiness and a lot of floatiness, and realistically speaking, there was just no time to redo the whole parkour system yet again for Syndicate. So the best alternative was to work with what they had, polish it where possible, and give the player the rope dart to essentially bypass all of the clunkiness and jankiness.
Or you can keep the rope launcher, by the way. We've managed to procure another one for your brother.
Now, another thing that used to be somewhat unique to Syndicate is its dual protagonist approach to the story, which works very much the same as, well, the more recent Assassin's Creed Shadows. All throughout the game, you can choose which character you want to play as. In this case, the choice is between Jacob and Evie Fry. And much like the most recent Shadows game, Syndicate allows you to pick which one you want to play as during almost the entire game, with only some of the missions forcing you to play as one or the other. The idea with these two is that they both supplement a different playstyle. Jacob is supposed to be more fighting oriented, while Evie prefers stealth. In reality though, they both play extremely similar to each other because the player is going to do what the player wants to do anyway. And the only differences you'll really see when it comes to stats is later in the game, where you're going to have some exclusive options in either character's skill tree. Jacob, for example, gets automatic headshots when you perform a counter shot mid-combat, or he's able to get enemies to a near dead state faster. And that's more powerful than you'd think actually, because getting enemies to a near dead state, that can take a while in this game, as we'll look at soon. And then Evie, on the other hand, she can run around without making too much noise, and she even has the option to become completely invisible when stationary, which breaks the game just a little bit, but not enough for it to be a major deal. These characters also have their own inventories, sort of, but really it doesn't make too much of a difference because most of the weapons in this game just boil down to how much damage they do, and the only thing that really changes between the weapon archetypes are their animations. So you just get a bunch of weapons that do high damage and you're good to go. And seeing how we're already talking about the combat, this might also be a good time to look at the combat overhaul that Syndicate has received compared to the previous game, because it's not that great. The short story of it is that enemies in Syndicate often have a pretty large health pool, and that you'll end up button mashing the attack button a lot until you can eventually kill them. It works like this because the developers wanted to focus on a more fast-paced, brawl type of combat system rather than the slower reactionary combat that the franchise was known for up until this point. They thought it suited the game better because of the setting. In 19th century London, nobody was walking around with giant swords like in the Middle Ages, so if everybody just ended up fighting like they had swords or using swords, it would end up looking very goofy. The result here is that it ends up looking pretty goofy anyway, with how many punches or how many knife cuts normal enemies need to take down anyway. I will say that part of it has to do with the fact that enemies do have those levels above their heads, from level 1 to 9. As I said earlier, we're treading into the RPG territory already with this game. And of course, with each level up, the enemies would get more health and damage as well. And when you're fighting enemies at your level, it usually doesn't take too many hits unless you're doing something severely wrong. But go up just 1 or 2 levels and you'll start to feel a very notable difference. Enemies that would take just 10 or 15 hits to go down would now suddenly need to be punched 30 or 40 times. And it is just really that. You just spam the melee button until enemies eventually die. There are a couple things that the enemies could do to fight back. For example, you still have to parry their attacks if you don't want to get damaged. So when their health bar lights up yellow, that would be your window to parry. And enemies are also able to shoot their guns at you, which requires a different button press to dodge. So there are some more mechanics to this game, sure. Bottom line is that it still doesn't make the combat good because it still results in the player just button mashing their way through most encounters. And that even applies to a bunch of the boss fights in this game. Another thing that's worth pointing out is that the fights and finisher moves are also very animation focused, to the point where it starts to take away some of the player creativity. It's not a huge deal, but in the previous games, for example, it was absolutely possible to use the game's physics engine and to use the high ground to your advantage, to get rid of enemies a bit more easily, at least more easily than you otherwise would have been able to. It didn't always look very clean. In the older games, the AI was pretty bad, so they would just walk up to you no matter how many of their friends you kicked down before that. But it was possible to be a bit creative with how you approach fights. And with the introduction of these hard RPG mechanics that we've mentioned earlier, this had to be changed, because if you could just kick the enemies off of rooftops that were 5 levels above you and kill them in that way, then that would to some degree circumvent the whole game. And as a result in Syndicate, we can still kick people off ledges, we can still get creative, but only if the enemies are in a near death state already, and only if a finisher would have otherwise killed them too. And that instantly makes the combat just not as interesting, in my opinion. Like, the only way to get rid of the enemies is with the exact amount of hits that the developers intended for them to die to. At least in Odyssey, we got the ability back to kick enemies off of ledges, regardless of how strong they were, which sort of fixes the issue.
The Spartans will have my head for this. I need to get out of here.
Now, the one thing I've sort of skipped over with this video is the story of Syndicate. And that is, well, because it's just a story that we've seen a dozen times by now. There's a piece of Eden in London that you're supposed to go and find. And when you find it, you will kill a Templar that is also looking for that piece of Eden. And that is then where the story ends. Oh, and Jacob also wants to start a gang in London because why not?
I can see it now. We'll call ourselves the Rooks.
That is, of course, not everything. There's more nuance here, some more character development, I guess, because there's this weird romance scene at the end of the game that, for me, sort of came out of nowhere.
Did I jeopardize the mission?
Henry, you saved it. I think you belong in the field. With me.
And I think the real problem is that it's just often difficult to figure out character intentions or motivations, in part because this game doesn't really take itself seriously, like, at all.
Well, how shall we proceed? Oh, with all respect, Mr. Darwin, I believe I should proceed alone. After all, we wouldn't want to attract any unwanted attention. Sounds very wise.
Every cutscene has to have a few forced jokes in there. Every last thing has to be downplayed with humor or just something weird.
The key to the waltz is one must lead with one's right foot.
Oh, my! Everything all right, my dear?
Do you require assistance?
I never liked balls.
And by the time I had reached the end screen, I honestly had already forgotten half of the stuff that had happened as a result. Probably the best thing to come out of Syndicate's campaign, though, is the way that it takes the big missions that Unity introduced with all of the different opportunities all the way to the next level. Not only visually, by making each location as large and unique as the next one, instead of, you know, putting you in a sewer or in a generic crowd with a bunch of snipers on the rooftops, because why not? Let's just put snipers on the rooftops in every single mission. No, not in Syndicate. There are only 5 big missions in this game, instead of the 8 that Unity had, which makes sense given that this is a much smaller game, but they are more built out than that they were in Unity, and each of them even have a unique cinematic way to kill the target if you do all of the extra steps properly. The extra additions to stealth, like for example the ability to keep someone hostage to gain access to areas otherwise off limits, also worked very well to elevate the experience. And even though it's still a far cry from something like Hitman, it is honestly sad to see that this side of Assassin's Creed was completely thrown out of the window when Ubisoft decided they needed to reinvent the franchise. Aside from these bigger missions, the campaign or the open world of Syndicate isn't that special. The map is once again divided into districts, of which you need to at least liberate 3 of them to complete the game. Because the excuse is, once again, that the world is controlled by Templars and you have to disrupt their businesses in order to hit them where it hurts. Other than that, the game still suffers from the same jank that plagues Unity to some degree. We're talking about floaty parkour, animations that make you feel like you're not really in control, and a lot of random bugs that slightly hinder the gameplay, like flying into the sky if you get shot while using the grappling hook. But credit where credit is due, it is not nearly as bad as Unity was. And in that sense, the decision to scale down and go for something a bit less ambitious, it worked out. Syndicate might be a shorter, less impressive experience, but it is one that for the most part at least functions properly. Assassin's Creed Syndicate is the perfect example of 2 steps forward and 2 steps back. It does a lot of things better than the previous titles did, but it also goes backwards just as many steps in other areas, to the point where even though this game is probably better than a lot of the games that we've looked at today already, it just fails to impress in any way, and it ends up being just another Assassin's Creed game. It is why you'll see that this game was reviewed with very middle of the road scores as well, with a select few players in its audience really liking it or really hating it because it did the thing that they liked about these games really well or really poorly, but then also just leaving the majority of the audience fairly indifferent about it. And indifferent is really the key word that I would use here. That is what players had become to Assassin's Creed as a whole. And this wasn't just because of the last few games either being unimpressive or just outright broken, but also because Ubisoft had really started to milk the brand dry in a lot of the other areas as well. In December of 2016, for example, we had the Assassin's Creed movie, which, as you can probably already guess, was not very spectacular in any way.
I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
You're hungry.
This belongs to you.
Then Ubisoft also released the Assassin's Creed Identity game for the mobile phones. So even though they didn't develop games for the handheld consoles anymore, they still tried their luck with phones. And then they had also been pushing out the Assassin's Creed Chronicles games on top of that, which are these side-scrollers almost that were by no means bad, and even did some of the stealth and assassin stuff better than the mainline entries did.
You, stop! Must have been the wind.
But these aren't the type of games that you release if you're looking to reinvigorate interest in a franchise.
Ukraine has declared independence, and Estonia plans to do the same.
Brave choice.
And this is then the time of the video where we're going to have to fast forward to the year 2017, because 2016 would become the first year in 8 years that there would be no mainline Assassin's Creed game at all, to give the development team at Ubisoft Montreal more time to come up with ways to get their audience back. And the big answer to all of these things, the big way to get all of the players back to this franchise, it ended up being turning Assassin's Creed into a full-fledged RPG. Now, context for this decision I think matters a lot here, because just a year before, in March of 2016, Ubisoft celebrated their most successful new IP launch title ever with The Division. That game ended up generating over $330 million in revenue during its first opening week. And that game was, as many of you watching this video on this channel probably already know, very much an RPG game. Whether The Division was successful because it was an RPG, or because of its snowy New York Christmas time setting, that is something up for debate. But according to Ubisoft, if something worked in just one of their open world titles, then surely it is going to work in every single one of their open world titles. This is how we ended up with Watchtowers in Far Cry and Watch Dogs, and also how we ended up with blue, purple, and gold tiered loot in Assassin's Creed Origins. And yeah, this ended up becoming the cause of a lot of discourse online. Old school fans of the franchise will tell you that with Origins, Assassin's Creed died, while newer players might tell you that they wouldn't touch these games if their life depended on it before Origins released. Even to this day, people are still arguing about which way of Assassin's Creed is better or worse. And there are good and bad arguments to be made for both sides. The one thing that you'll have to give Origins though, regardless of which side you're on, is that it was at least different. Different enough to push away a big part of its original player base, sure, but also different enough to push away some of that indifference that players had. It was different enough to make them want to try the game out again, even if it's just to check out what Ubisoft has done this time. And for better or for worse, this change did give the franchise a whole new life, a whole second life. And that second life is something that Ubisoft is still writing out to this day. So, with just a few games left on this long list of games, it is finally time to take a deeper dive into this RPG version of Assassin's Creed and see what the foreseeable future for this franchise looked like in 2017. Assassin's Creed Origins takes you to Egypt, and not modern-day Egypt like you might have been inclined to think after seeing the games in this series go forward in time exclusively. No, it takes you to Egypt in the year 40 BC-ish, to go all the way back to the origins of the Assassin's Brotherhood. Ever since the development of Syndicate started, the writers working on Assassin's Creed realized that continuously going forward in time would only go so far. We would only be a few games away from simply not needing the Animus anymore, and if the simple addition of horse cards alone already had such a large impact on the open world and the parkour, then it doesn't take too much to imagine what a whole city in the year of 2017 would do. Hell, give the protagonist the ability to use technology of modern times to his advantage, and we might be looking at a whole new franchise altogether. So really, thinking about it, what would be a better time to reset the game's time period all the way back than with what was essentially seen as a soft reboot for the franchise? And I don't think it was a bad choice at all, because one of the first things that anyone would notice about Assassin's Creed Origins is that this world, this ancient Egypt, looks nothing but incredible. And honestly still manages to go toe-to-toe with some of the AAA games released today. There's a lot of good reasons for this too. For one is that, well, the extra year of development that Ubisoft gave the development team, that certainly didn't hurt. Origins came to join the ranks of Unity and Assassin's Creed 1 as the games with the longest development cycle in the franchise, one of 4 years, and we saw just the impact that it had on Unity, and we see the same thing here again. But another thing playing into this, and this is not to take away from the work that the artists or the developers have put in, but it is that the setting of Egypt, especially around this time period, just lends itself so well to real-time computer graphics rendering. A lot more than, let's say, 19th century London at least, because to be fair, a big part of Origins' world is essentially just sand with a bunch of rocks. And no matter in what way you twist it, no matter what you do with the sand or the rocks, it is always going to be a lot easier to render out than a bunch of buildings and streets filled with vehicles and NPCs. And as a result, with Origins, we get to put that computing power somewhere else. Think of further draw distances, more expensive post-processing effects. There's less frequent popping of objects, which, I mean, yeah, there isn't much to pop in if there are actually no objects to begin with. But it also means that when you do come across something in this game, it will generally have a lot of detail put into it, because the developers didn't have to compromise on it as much. And again, all of this isn't some backhanded compliment like, oh, the game only looks so good because it just has a bunch of sand. In fact, the developers went out of their way to make the villages and cities in this world larger than their real-life counterparts to emphasize the fantastical elements of the game. But it does mean that this game gets to do a lot more with a lot less. And as a result, Origins can look extremely good visually, and that goes double if, again, you take in mind that this was a title for the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One.
Welcome home, Bayek. Siwa has missed you.
Now throughout the game you'll follow the story of Bayek of Siwa, named after the village he is from, Siwa. And well, the story really is more of what we've already seen before. Bayek gets abducted by a group of masked men that eventually lead into the death of his son, which he sort of causes himself as the blade that was intended for one of the masked men ends up finding its way into his son's chest. But nevertheless, Bayek ends up going on a revenge story. He goes after the masked men, and you probably already guessed it, but this is also how Bayek becomes an assassin. It all sounds pretty basic, but the thing that sets this game apart from the previous ones is how it approaches this story. In other Assassin's Creed games, we had to go from target to target in a very linear way, from sequence to sequence to sequence. But Origins takes a more open-ended approach and simply gives you a list of targets that are on a hierarchy, and it is somewhat up to the player to pursue these in whatever way he sees fit. You're still somewhat guided by the levels that are attached to these targets. You're more likely to go after the level 16 target before the level 18 target, but it is also completely possible to go on your own path, do a few side missions, and then go after the strongest target first. This approach is something that the franchise still uses even to this day, even in the most recent games. The exact same thing can, for example, be seen in Assassin's Creed Shadows, and although there's often a criticism attached to this that the approach of doing the story this way comes at the cost of storytelling, because if the game doesn't have a way of knowing in what order the events are going to happen, then none of the stuff in the middle can be linked with anything else you do in the middle. And so there's never any real surprises or major breakthroughs aside from in the opening and the ending scenes. And there is truth to this even when it comes to Origins. I don't think that the story is particularly good here, but it sidesteps at least some of those issues because of the hierarchy that are attached to these targets. Basically, the way it works is that you take out a couple of them, then a major event happens, and then the next set of targets is revealed. And so the story still moves forward, somewhat, while at the same time giving the player a decent amount of freedom to do things his own way.
And Bayek, do something about that beard.
And while Origins is also large, beaten in size only by Assassin's Creed Black Flag, it also doesn't really overstay its welcome too much. It has a map that is divided up into different regions, yes, and it absolutely requires you to go through a decent amount of them if you want to complete the main story, but it also isn't uncommon to finish that main story and still have about half of the map left completely unexplored. Instead of turning its campaign into a never-ending guided tour of the open world, Origins just focuses on a select few places. Admittedly, the bigger places, but then it just leaves it up to the player to discover for himself what else the world has to offer. Which, with the Egyptian setting and with the exploration of every last landmark that you come across consistently being rewarding, I'll admit that this approach really worked well. For the record, this is one of the only games on today's list where I've managed to put significantly more hours in after the credits had already rolled. The imagination did end up being a lot larger than the reality though, because as beautiful and mysterious as this world might be, the quest design leaves a lot to be desired and often makes you realize that, yeah, you're still just playing another Ubisoft game at the end of the day, and you're probably just going to find more of the same in all of those corners of the map.
What are you called?
Bayek.
Good to meet you, Bayek. I am Jessica.
And yeah, there is a lot of the same content here. With the move to the RPG genre for Origins and with the introduction of many levels and different items and weapons and shields to acquire, well, there also needed to be a consistent way to obtain those. And so, naturally, Origins needed a lot more side content than previous Assassin's Creed games. And most of that side content is just very straightforward slop. Deliver this thing, kill that thing, save this guy, find out who poisoned the bull, kill the crocodiles in the lake. And look, none of these concepts are inherently bad, and you could actually do a lot of interesting stuff with saving that guy or finding out who poisoned the bull. But the game never really does so. Most of these side missions exist in a vacuum only and do not really progress the relationship with any of the quest givers. There's no larger plot that unfolds over the course of doing them, and most of the actual activities just boil down to going to the quest marker, doing the thing, and then maybe returning to the quest giver for the rewards.
You're back! Well, look at this!
You failed to mention it was in the possession of bandits.
Slipped my mind.
And like, am I supposed to take any of this dialogue seriously?
Tell me about your kidnapping.
Best not to speak of it out in the open. Besides, my wounds are making me very tired.
Sorry, my face is tired from dealing with everything.
Even some of the stuff like the investigations that you do in these missions, which are often pointed out as being, you know, a bit more interesting, they are just very uninspired, very straightforward. You're just being spoon-fed all of the information you need for the investigations. There's zero creative thinking involved. And to use the example of who poisoned the bull, just to name something, you're going to have to investigate who did it. And the way that that works, you just go from one clickable thing to the next clickable thing in a very small search area until you find the smoking gun, which is a special necklace right next to the ingredients that were put in the bull's food to poison it. Like, come on.
Peach pits. If the Apis bull was fed with these, that would explain his sickness. And the necklace here. One of the twin priestesses wore something like it.
And I'm not even saying that the investigation type missions have been done better in previous Assassin's Creed games. It was never more than just use your special vision and be done with it. But Origins has so much more of these missions because it just needs a way to give you all that experience and loot. And so many of these are also just mandatory because just doing the main campaign will not nearly net you enough experience or gear to stay on level with enemies. And God forbid that you don't stay on level with the enemies because just a few levels under and you simply won't be able to kill them anymore. When I look at this, I think of games like The Witcher 3 and its side content and how woven it is into the story. Or I think of Fallout New Vegas, where a different set of skills that you pick at the start of the game can have a wide impact on the way that you play. And Origins just doesn't have any of those things. It is an RPG, only in the sense when it comes to the stat-based gameplay. And while the world looks absolutely stunning and does make it very inviting to explore, when push comes to shove, it just has too little depth for it to be worth doing so.
Recover the formula and I will destroy it.
So when we call these more recent Assassin's Creed games RPG games, what we're really talking about is just a level grind. First you've got the player level, which is the biggest determining factor to how strong you'll really be. Then we have the gear, which is either blue, purple or gold, depending on how rare it is. And they also come with levels, so if you're a level 7 player, you will find level 7 gear. And then you've got your big skill tree that is sort of divided up into 3 branches. And these systems, for the most part, are okay. It manages to avoid some of the same pitfalls that most of these RPG type of games fall into by allowing the player to upgrade all their gear to their current level and treating the legendary gear the same way that Destiny does it with its collection system. Once you get a legendary item in Origins, you simply cannot delete it and cannot find it again. So really it is just a matter of time before you collect all of the legendary sets. Really though, where this loot and leveling system is at its biggest fault, it's not so much to do with its implementation, but more how at its core, it is simply at odds with a more traditional Assassin's Creed experience. Obviously, if you put a bunch of levels above enemy heads and then make it so players do an extremely little amount of damage to them if they're under-leveled, then allowing players to also instantly kill those same enemies through stealth would kind of circumvent the whole point of the RPG system. And so, in Origins, yes, you can still assassinate enemies as per usual, but only if you have enough initial damage on your character. Otherwise, your assassination will just count as a stealth attack, which still deals a lot of damage, but will also always result in the player being detected. And of course, there's the argument to be made that this is very much a non-issue. If you go through this game properly, if you eat your vegetables, so to speak, if you do the side content that you're supposed to do until you're appropriately leveled, you can still very much play the stealth way. And while that's technically true, it is also equally true that this game really wants you to get down and dirty and engage with the combat system more than anything else. Missions often throw enemies your way that will already have you detected, that will already know your location, making a direct fight your only option. Or missions are just designed in ways to where getting into fights is highly likely. Like here, for example, I have this mission where I have to save a prisoner from one of the open world forts. And I can do that by either taking on the enemies directly or using a hidden entrance to sneak my way in. So obviously, if you want to play the stealth way, you could take the hidden entrance. But not only are there so many enemies placed between you and the prisoner if you come into the fort from the hidden entrance, if you somehow manage to get to the guy without being spotted, then he just runs into the open, causing the enemies to spot him and down him every single time. And so you're going to have to go and defend him, and he won't get up until all the enemies are dead. This mission basically forces you into a fight regardless of how stealthy you wanted to approach it. And this is just one example, but there are many instances in the game like this. Now this of course isn't to say that the combat itself is bad. The developers even reworked it quite a bit here to make it more interesting than, Syndicate was. Even though you still can't really use the ledges to your advantage, because of course not. But yeah, not to go into too much detail, they basically changed it from an animation-driven system to a hitbox-based system. And yes, these fights are a bit more interesting, especially with the bosses. They're not just button mashing anymore. Even though some of the special moves in this game absolutely allow the player to basically just cheese everything. My point is that with stealth being tied to the player damage output, and with the combat being very different, and with the parkour essentially being simplified too, to the point where you can just about grab any ledge, even ones that don't seem climbable, it is easy to see how old school fans of the franchise might say that this isn't really Assassin's Creed anymore. In a lot of ways, the RPG systems introduced in Origins don't really do it any favors. There's enough of it that it hinders the more classical experience, but not enough of it to make a lot of the choices meaningful or engaging. It is just kind of Assassin's Creed with very heavy level gating and a lot more filler content to make up for it.
But I've one more thing to ask of you.
Done with your games.
As far as the modern day goes, I've kind of skipped over the whole modern day parts in both Unity and Syndicate, mostly because all that we really saw about the modern day was just some cutscenes, and things got pretty weird. But to my knowledge, the franchise has never done anything with these story threads that got pretty weird, so I'm not even sure if it's considered canon at this point. In Origins though, the modern day parts are back, and they're not so great. You're forcefully thrown out of the Animus, again at different points throughout the story, to develop some sort of mini plot in the modern day. It goes very similar to the plot that Desmond had, where you gain the skills of the assassin in real life, and then also Desmond's father shows up because why not? The real elephant in the room, of course, are the microtransactions, because even though Ubisoft has moved away from the multiplayer entirely, the microtransactions, they never left. They're still in this game in Origins, and they have only gotten more aggressive and more invasive. In-game mounts, weapons, shields, and worst of all, it also had the infamous Ubisoft time savers that allow you to purchase crafting materials, ability points, or even in-game currency. Origins even had its very own loot crates at launch in the form of the Heka chest, which upon opening for the low cost of just 3,000 gold, gave you a random weapon or shield. Ubisoft has since removed these about a year or two ago to comply with the updated FTC gambling laws, but that hasn't stopped them of finding new creative ways to nickel and dime their player base for all that it's worth. Now, while I am still of the opinion that in Origins the in-game store can largely be ignored, the same cannot be said about Assassin's Creed Odyssey, which we're gonna look at in a minute.
Then do you have the money you owe me?
Do I have the money I owe you? Of course, of course. Well, no, not at the moment.
With all of this listed, it shouldn't really come as a surprise that Origins didn't break any real records. It wasn't reviewed extremely high, although it did better than Rogue, Unity or Syndicate, and it also didn't sell extremely well. But then again, it still did better than Rogue, Unity or Syndicate. Regardless of if Origins was going to be a success or not though, Assassin's Creed Odyssey was always going to come out the year after. As mentioned before, Ubisoft still very much employed that multi-studio, multi-team workflow, and as soon as Ubisoft Quebec finished development on Syndicate, they were set to start to work on Odyssey, again using whatever work the team at Ubisoft Montreal had done for Origins up until that point, and using that as a base. Now, this is why we see that once again we have a game that is very similar to what came before. To be precise, Odyssey was already in development for 2 years when Origins released. And so realistically, if the developers wanted to react to feedback or criticisms about Origins and apply it to Odyssey, they would only have 1 year to do so, and they could only do it with the things that weren't already locked in place.
And become the legendary Greek hero Greece desperately needs.
Odyssey is to Origins what Brotherhood was to Assassin's Creed 2, or what Rogue was to Black Flag. And that alone should give you a pretty good idea of what we're dealing with here. Still though, because this is an Assassin's Creed video that covers every mainline Assassin's Creed entry, and because there are still some important differences here to look at, we're now going to investigate Assassin's Creed Odyssey just a little bit more, and see what the developers did with this rehash in the year of 2018. As you might have already been able to tell by looking at the background footage, Assassin's Creed Odyssey takes players to ancient Greece, just 400 years before the events of Origins. And that setting and time period is convenient to say the least, given that a large part of the third act of Origins mostly takes place in the Roman setting, which looks very similar in these two games. That of course isn't to say that Odyssey just took all of the assets from Origins, rehashed them onto a new map and called it a day, but with Odyssey being developed alongside Origins and with the two games probably sharing the same asset library, Odyssey could have easily passed as a way too oversized DLC for Origins, and nobody would have batted an eye.
You really do only have one eye.
My eye. Give it to me. Give it to me and I won't kill Marcos for having you steal it! Give it to me!
You want it? Go get it!
We do have a new main character though. This time players get to follow the story of Alexios or Cassandra. You get to choose which one you want to play as at the start of the game, and although their story plays out exactly the same way no matter which one you choose, a nice touch is that the character that you do not choose shows up later in the story as well as another major character.
Alexios, you're alive!
Don't touch me.
Come on, little brother. You have to tell me everything.
And yeah, Odyssey is very much, once again, a story about family. Although not one where a family member gets killed by someone and you're here to go on a revenge journey.
No.
This time the game starts off by giving you a task to kill someone for a large sum of money. And that someone then later ends up being revealed to be your father, your long lost father that did you wrong in the past, and basically caused you to be thrown off a cliffside. And when you meet him, it is up to you to decide how you handle that situation.
I loved you. And your brother.
And yes, that is very much true. Odyssey gives you dialogue options in conversations now, some of which end up having a pretty large impact on the story and can even change the ending of the game. Will you end up reunited with your whole family, or will all of them just end up dead? And these dialogue options don't just apply to a few big choices either. You will see these in pretty much every conversation throughout the whole game, and they range from being very insignificant small talk that doesn't really do anything, to the typical awkward Ubisoft type of flirting.
You look cute right now.
The goal here with these dialogue options was of course to push the RPG mechanics a bit further. Again, Origins might have introduced some of them, but ultimately they didn't do nearly enough to make it interesting and worthwhile, while also at the same time hindering the old school gameplay. So Odyssey had to make a choice here, which was to either push the RPG elements back further to make room for the more traditional gameplay, or to simply double down on the RPG mechanics, and that is what they did. And you'll see this too when it comes to the player levels, the gear, and your abilities. Loot still has that same rarity attached to it, from blue to purple to gold, and that loot still also has a level attached to it, which is always somewhat related to the current player level. What is new here is that the game doesn't just have melee weapons and ranged weapons and shields. We actually see all of the usual categories of gear here. We have helmets, arm sleeves, chest plates, boots, you know, the whole thing exactly laid out like a more traditional looter shooter. And then when it comes to the skill tree, players now get to choose and upgrade different abilities that they can assign to either one of 4 buttons. And yeah, these abilities can drastically change the way that you play the game, way more than any ability ever did in Origins. We, for example, have the ability to heal yourself for a percentage of your missing HP. Now that doesn't sound too crazy, but this is the first time in the franchise where we're able to heal in combat essentially for free. Even in Origins, the only way that you could regenerate your health in fights was by either being on the last health bar and not taking damage for a while, or by having specific gear that would heal you for a bit after a takedown. And any game that came out before Origins, well, the requirement was for you to use a health potion if you wanted to heal in combat, which was very much a limited resource. The game also has abilities with specific status effects like being on fire and poisoned, and enemies in the game have access to these too, even early on. So if you take all of that and then combine that with the much larger health pools that everybody in this game now seems to have, you'll see that the combat in this game has a very different feel to it. It's one where the focus really is put on player DPS output and his ability to withstand enemy damage through resistances and healing.
You're just making this more fun. You're just making this more fun.
Another area where the game has pushed those RPG boundaries a bit is, well, with its map. I mentioned that Origins was the largest map the franchise had seen, except for Black Flag, which was about 90% water, but Odyssey even has Black Flag beaten when it comes to size. Part of the reason for that is that the ship and the ship combat is back, so naturally a large part of Odyssey's map is also going to be water. But here we're looking at like 50% water at most, and even when it comes to landmass alone, this is by far the largest map that the series has to date, beating both Valhalla and Shadows too, and it is not even close. Now size is of course not everything, and I've often been told in my life that the thing that is most important is how you use it. And how Odyssey uses all of this landmass is a little bit disappointing, because it is almost equally filled up with the same type of side missions over and over and over and over again.
Mistios, you're back! And not a moment too soon. I got what you asked for.
Most of which, just like in Origins, have you talk to the quest giver, then have you go and collect something or kill someone, and then you have to return to the quest giver for the reward. And even more so than in Origins, the game just requires you to do far, far more of them, even when you're just trying to mainly do the campaign and not much else. And this kind of ties into the in-game store too, because as I've hinted at previously, Odyssey is the first game where I can see that compromises have been made here in order to push players into spending more money in the in-game store.
She said you might have information that could help me in my search.
You can have anything for the right price.
And what is that price?
One you can afford, I'm sure.
Most notably, Ubisoft really wants you to buy those time savers, like the extra experience or the extra gold that you get upon completing missions. One example of this is how the moment you're about halfway into the main story, the level requirements for the missions, they start to shoot up exponentially. Instead of going from level 1 to level 2 to level 3 as we see in the beginning of the game, we see jumps between missions that are suddenly 3 or 4 levels apart. And even when playing with the paid permanent experience boosts that I did buy, I still found myself at a 6 or 7 level deficit midway through the game. And that is despite also doing what I would consider a decent amount of side content. And by the way, no, I will not be apologizing for purchasing this boost. I'm calling it a business investment, and if I can't at least make the money back that I spent on these games with this video, then I should probably stop making videos altogether.
Everyone has a price. How much drachmi is this going to take?
Depends how much you have.
Another example of this very obvious player progression gating is when you reach a pirate island, because their leader, the leader of the pirates, she knows where your mother is, apparently. But she will not give you that information for free. It will cost you 15,000 gold. Now, most players, when they reach this point of the story, they do not have that type of money. Again, with a decent amount of side missions done, and not having spent a single penny up until this point in the story, I did not have that money. So then your only option becomes to grind out the side quests until you have that money. And the icing on the cake with this one is that not too far from the pirate island, there's also a mission that requires you to save a stranded man. And that man ends up being the brother of the person with the information. And even after you rescue him and bring him back to the island to reunite the two together, she still will not give you the information, maybe as a thank you, and instead rewards you with a blue rarity gear piece and 1200 gold.
If it wasn't for this Misthios,
he would be dead.
Then you will be rewarded, Misthios.
And yes, this is all the more infuriating when you realize that you can just buy in-game gold directly from the store for real money. There is a real theme here with this game that wasn't there with Origins. And that is one where it just continuously tries to keep you busy, it tries to keep you playing by giving you an endless trail of busy work. And then every step of the way, it tries to come in and tell you that, hey, maybe you don't want to do all that work for the next 2 hours, so why don't you just spend a couple of bucks to skip it? And just in case that you were curious on whether any of this was effective or not, well, Assassin's Creed Odyssey was reported to have earned 170% more money from microtransactions compared to Origins. Which it is not a surprise then that when we look at Valhalla in a bit, we can definitely see how Ubisoft essentially created chores and busy work, the video game, with that one.
I buy and sell all manner of items, but I cannot do much of anything if I don't have a place to work. If you can build a place for me, I can get started right away.
Before we get to Valhalla though, there are a few more things that I thought were worth pointing out when it comes to Odyssey. Because we've talked a lot about the RPG mechanics and the monetization now, but not so much about the rest. So first up, your sibling. I mentioned that whatever character you choose at the start of the game, it will cause the other one to play a major role in the story. And that is because he or she will end up being a high-ranking member of the cultists, which is this game's version of that target hierarchy tree that Origins introduced. This is also the reason that you end up fighting your sibling, not once, but twice, because you're often put into this weird position where your goals are quite literally the opposite of one another, and the usual way to deal with opposition for the both of you is to just kill each other. But now that family is involved, that becomes a little more complicated. That is, unless you get one of the bad endings, then it is pretty straightforward. And I wanted to point all of this out because the difference here with Odyssey is that when you finish this game, you are likely still to have a lot of targets of the cult left on this list. The goal of the story ultimately is to just get your sibling out of the cult or to just kill him because he's seen as the main bad guy. And the one thing that was pretty clever about this is how the game uses this to then push the goal of the main campaign into the end game. Even after the main story has concluded, you still have a larger thing to do, a larger goal. And that larger goal does bring you to a lot of locations that the main campaign does not. It guides the players exactly towards all the content that is in the game, but it does so without making the campaign unnecessarily long, which is a big problem with Assassin's Creed Valhalla. The other thing besides the cultist hierarchy tree, and this is not so great, are the list of mercenaries that will repeatedly come after you throughout the whole game, to hunt you down for some sort of reward. There was a similar thing in Origins where they were called the Pylegs that would just hunt you all the time, and I think that in both of these games the implementation was just kind of bad. In Origins, the Pylegs would always show up so overleveled that fighting them would not be an option until very late into the game, so every time they showed up, you either had to just kill yourself if you were in the middle of a mission, or you had to run away.
Get out of the way!
And in Odyssey, well, these mercenaries, they aren't much better. Although they are appropriately leveled this time, so you can actually fight them off, with how fast you build up a bounty and how frequently they tend to show up, they can get really annoying after a while. I think part of the problem too is that your bounty isn't region based and that these mercenaries always know where you are. You can kill a bunch of people in one city and then go overseas with your ship, and then when you get to another island, you'll see the bounty hunters show up within like 5 minutes, despite you not having interacted with any NPC in the meanwhile. And I've even had cases where the bounty hunters were already waiting for me at a different location before I had arrived. But I think that is pretty much it. Those are, I think, the key differences between Origins and Odyssey. Again, these two games are very similar to each other. The improvements seen here are similar to the improvements that Brotherhood made over Assassin's Creed 2. Of course, Odyssey was not made in just 1 year. It took 3 years to develop because, well, these large RPG games simply take a lot more time to create. And this is also why, since Odyssey, we've seen a lot less Assassin's Creed games come out. Even though Odyssey was considered a large success, it actually wouldn't be until 2020, 2 whole years later, that the next mainline entry would be released, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which was mainly developed by the same core team that put together Origins. And get this, the development of that game was supported by 14 different Ubisoft studios from all around the world over the course of the 3 years that it took to develop this game. And if that isn't some appropriate amount of foreshadowing when it comes to describing the size and the length of Valhalla, then I don't know what is. Odyssey might have still had it beat when it comes to square kilometers of map size, but Valhalla's main campaign makes sure that you get to see every last inch of this landmass multiple times over.
Mundane and otherworldly.
Where Odyssey might have taken compromises with its game design to push players more aggressively to the in-game store, Valhalla was more or less built from the ground up as a vehicle for in-game monetization. And you better believe that it was successful at that, being the first game in the franchise to extract over $1 billion in revenue from its player base. So yeah, this is it. The time has finally come to look at this behemoth of a video game and see just what it was that caused it to become such a colossal money-making machine. In Assassin's Creed Valhalla, players are taken to the Viking Age somewhere during the tail end of the 9th century, where they get to play as Eivor, the Viking, who is either a male or female, with in both cases the main objective being to conquer England, as the Vikings used to do. The short story of it here is that when you were a kid, some crazy warlord came and took over the land that you were living in, killing both of your parents in the process, and now, 17 years later, you're out looking for revenge. A pretty familiar tale already.
No.
This time though, the attempt fails, and even though Eivor escapes mostly in good shape, the attempt on the warlord's life alone stirs up a lot of tension between the different clans that rule the land. That then eventually leads into an all-out battle that you win, though you did so with the help of the other clans. And one of those other clans then decides that they will be the rightful ruler of the land now.
Then I am happy to bend my knee to him.
What?
You obviously do not agree with this, but instead of fighting over the land, you decide to go out to England to build up your own empire there.
Welcome to your new home.
And this is then where the rest of the game will play out. The way that this works in Valhalla, the way that this translates into gameplay, really comes down to two main things. The first of which is building up a proper home base with all the bells and whistles that you can expect it to have. And then the second one is finding alliances in England to further strengthen your position over the land. In essence, it is these two things that Valhalla is really all about. So before anything else, we're going to have to take a look at these two things. Starting with the alliances, because this is the part that also involves most of the story content in this game. And when I say story content, I mean story content, but not necessarily a story that further develops Eivor in many ways. It's more about the other people that live in England.
Any questions you have, you ask the King of East Anglia, and bend the knee while you do.
You. I don't know you.
The world map in Valhalla is once again divided into different regions. Territories is what they're named here, and the map of England has 16 of them, each of which has a ruler of some kind. Now, in order to progress this story, you'll have to pledge your loyalty to each of these rulers, which means picking out a territory, going over there, finding out who's in charge, and then doing a pretty long and significant questline for them until they eventually like you enough to become alliances. And that is pretty much the main story of this game, roughly speaking, because, well, to summarize each of the 16 story arcs of each of the 16 rulers, that would be a bit out of the scope of this video. If you look up online, there's quite literally over 25 hours of cutscenes and dialogue in this game alone, and I am not even sure if I remember all of it, because so much of it is just quite hard to follow and not very interesting at times.
We are wasting time.
Now, whether something is interesting or not, that is of course up to personal preference, but something that you cannot deny is that doing the story this way instantly changes the way that this game feels, because for one, well, you're not really following your own personal story, the story of Eivor as much. Yeah, I mean, the goal is still there to build up the Viking Empire, and you do that through making these alliances, but the majority of content and the big conversations, they mostly center around the problems and the struggles of the other rulers. And as a result, so much of what you're doing just feels like you're going along on an extended side quest over and over and over again.
Bugred is not to be harmed. My legitimacy as king hangs on this one simple fact.
You rob all the joy from war, Saxon.
Admittedly, some of these side quests have a lot of effort put into them, but it is still nothing that the player can get too invested in, because every time you're starting to know the characters of that region a little bit, you're sent off to one of the other 15 regions to start anew with a whole bunch of different characters. And the other issue that this introduces in Valhalla is that this game can start to feel extremely checklist-like. Much of the same way that Assassin's Creed 1 did, actually. If you've somehow watched this video all the way through, you will remember how I said that the difference between Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 was that Assassin's Creed 2 hides its objective much better within a proper story arc. At the end of the day, in both of these games, you're still going after a bunch of targets. But with the first game, you really feel like you've seen it all after you take down the first three, whereas with the second game, you never quite know what will happen next or where the game will take you. And Valhalla feels very much like the first Assassin's Creed game, where after you've pledged your loyalty to one or two or maybe three of these regions, you're going to have a really good guess at what the rest of the game is going to look like.
What of Oxenfordshire? Sigurd told me he had business there.
Ah, yes. Sigurd is there now, in fact. He bids you go meet him as soon as you can.
The other side of the story development that you'll see in Valhalla is with your home base, that you'll gradually have to build up over the course of the game. It starts off at level 1 with not much of anything on it, but through opening up new buildings, new stores, you'll slowly be able to increase the overall level of your base. And in between each major level up, you'll see Eivor go through some personal development. Sometimes that comes in the form of introspection about his true purpose in life, and other times that comes in the form of a weird dream where you're going to have to defeat a big boss. What this base building also does though is push the player to do the actual side content of this game. Because to place down new buildings and then to upgrade them, that costs a lot of resources. And I'm talking about a lot of resources. And the only way to get those resources is by doing the side missions in the game and by doing raids. Which raiding is a new thing in this game. And no, it's not like the Destiny raids where you'll go through this big journey specifically crafted to be very challenging and difficult. No, raids in Valhalla go something like this. You run up to a protected building that is said to have loot in it. Then you blow on your big juicy horn.
He would plow you during raids.
And then everybody of your clan runs up to you, starts killing everybody in the protected building, and then you get to find all of the chests and the valuable stuff in there. Which, for some reason, it always requires 2 people to open up these chests. So when you're doing these raids, be ready to wait for the NPCs to slowly walk up to you, and then look at these type of animations a lot. But yeah, this base building and resource gathering plus the making of alliances is what you can expect to be doing most of this game. And again, a normal playthrough, it would take you about 50 to 70 hours to go through all of this. And that isn't a joke or a testament to how slow I play through these games, although I could have been a little more efficient, but more so to speak on just how much content this game has, and just how much of that content is just doing the same thing over and over and over and over again.
This time,
it's gonna be different. No, please. This time it's gonna be different. I'm sorry. I don't like the way you are looking at me. Okay? You have a fucking problem in your head. Do you think I'm bullshitting you? Do you think I'm lying? Fuck you! Okay?
Valhalla, in a lot of ways, feels like an MMO type of game, with base building and grinding for materials, but then without the ability to run into other players or party up with them. And that kind of brings me to the other big thing with Valhalla, and that is that this game just can't really decide what it wants to be. Assassin's Creed Origins and Odyssey might have been large successes for Ubisoft, but the developers also weren't completely oblivious to the pushback from the old school fans of the franchise. And so, with Valhalla, in an effort to try and make this game as appealing to as wide of an audience as possible, it just kind of falls short in both ways. It is not really an RPG, not like Origins or Odyssey, and it's also not really a stealth and parkour sandbox type of game. One example of this is how the developers in Valhalla did away with the more traditional player and enemy level count, and instead just gave you a very, very large skill tree that you can invest hundreds upon hundreds of points into, each time making your character stronger by a very small amount. And there's a lot that we can go over here. Obviously, this skill tree in and of itself, there's issues with this thing. For one, you cannot really see what is in the skill tree until you unlock enough nodes, and then it kind of pushes away some of the smoke that is obscuring parts of the build path. And so you can't really plan out a specific build from the start. You're just going to have to dump points into this and be at the mercy of RNG. The second thing with the skill tree is that then most of the upgrades themselves are also so small or insignificant that it kind of just feels redundant. Sure, if you put 100 points into it, you'll be a lot stronger than at the start, but every time that you do put points into it, you're never really gonna notice an instant difference. But the real kicker here is that in the options menu of Valhalla, you can very precisely tweak the amount of damage that you deal and the amount of damage that you take from enemies. And you can just set those values so high or so low, it gets to the point where you practically cannot die, even if you are an order of magnitude below the recommended power level. And that completely bypasses the need for a power level to begin with, and thus bypasses almost every system in this game. Now, some of you might instantly jump at me and say, well, this is just cheating, and this is nothing new.
Hold on, Clara, give me 1 second.
Origins and Odyssey, they had a difficulty setting too. So what is the big deal here? But the big difference is that, while in Origins and Odyssey, even on easy mode, you could not kill enemies that were so much as like 6 levels above you. There was a difference between easy, medium, and hard, but not to the point that made whole gameplay systems completely irrelevant. So with Valhalla, that then brings me back to the question of why we have this big skill tree with all these incremental power increases at all, when a few buttons in the options menu allow you to disregard that part of the game entirely. And the only answer that I could come to myself is that, yet again, this game simply tried to appeal to as large of an audience as possible. The RPG mechanics are there for the players that want it, for the players that enjoyed Odyssey perhaps, but if you're an old school fan, you can also just ignore them. Which might sound nice on paper, and Ubisoft might try to pass this off as play the way that you want to play, but in reality, all that this really does is undermine the game's entire reward structure. Because if I get experience from missions as a reward, and that experience then allows me to unlock more nodes in this skill tree, but then at the same time I also don't really care about that skill tree, well, then I also don't care about rewards from missions in general, and thus I don't care about doing said missions. And especially here, with most of the upgrades in the skill tree being small incremental increases to health and damage instead of, abilities that drastically alter the way you play, there isn't really much of a difference between just playing this game on easy mode and doing all of the content you're under-leveled for, and playing the game on hard mode and doing all of the content you're over-leveled for. So really, you're going to have to tell me why I wouldn't just play this game on easy then. If the only notable difference between easy and hard mode is the amount of side content I'm going to have to grind out to do meaningful damage to enemies. It's just that Valhalla lacks a clear vision of what it wants to be. Many of its systems are stuck between wanting to support two types of games. And the result is that it sort of just fails at both. And another example that I have of this is when we take a look at the loot. Valhalla made the choice, again in an effort to appease the wider range of players, to not have levels attached to gear. You wouldn't have level 4 gear, level 5 gear, and all that stuff like you would have in Origins or Odyssey. You just get to play with whatever weapon you want and then call it a day. which might sound nice on paper, but that drastically impacts how players perceive rewards in this game. Because if the weapons that you're getting, the gear that you're getting, basically the loot that you're getting for completing the side content, doesn't really do anything for you, then you're not going to be incentivized to do that side content for any other reason than because you want to see what this side mission is all about. And this applies to both if you're playing on easy mode or on hard mode. It applies both whether enemies are doing 20% damage to you or 200% damage to you. Because in the case that you're playing on easy, well, it doesn't really matter what weapons you use. You can just about 1 or 2 shot anything regardless of what weapon you're using. And in case you're playing on nightmare difficulty, well, the best strategy in this game is actually to just take one weapon and one full gear set and just upgrade that all the way. That is why in most of this footage you'll see me walking around with the same outfit, because I was actually trying to play on a higher difficulty. I was actually trying to not cheese it, but I didn't have the crafting materials to upgrade more than one gear set, because as you probably also guessed, upgrading gear is not cheap. But hey, get this, you too can skip the grind for the low cost of just $20. And then $20 more for the next weapon that you want to upgrade, and then 20 more. All of this just comes back to the fact that Valhalla seems confused. Confused between being an RPG game where players care about their gear, about their level, about their stats, and being a stealth type of sandbox where it's not really so much about the numbers, it is just about not being seen. And then we haven't even touched upon this game being confused to whether you're playing as an assassin or as a Viking. Because in Valhalla, you're both, but again, both sides of this experience are compromised in one way or another. One area where we can see this is with how you progress in this game, which is through the collection of raw materials. Again, you can get these by raiding different villages or buildings. Now you can blow that horn and call in your squad, but there is also the alternative to go in the stealth route.
Use your cloak to obscure your face. Blend into the crowd.
Except the problem is that you can't, because you still need 2 people to open up specific doors to the chests. So you're never just able to clear a mission or clear a raid by yourself the stealth way. It is just that stealth is in this game, but it's not really all too useful. The parkour in this game also feels notably worse, as your character feels a lot more heavy to control, and with less and less environments allowing you the opportunity to even make use of that parkour to begin with. Now this makes sense, of course, given the fact that you're a Viking in this game, carrying a lot of heavy weapons, and it also makes sense given the fact that most of England around this time period was just a bunch of hills and rivers with the occasional castle in between. But it is also still a game with the Assassin's Creed name in the title, and so for all of this stealth and parkour to be included but take such a far backseat, it feels weird.
Hide in plain sight.
A gift of knowledge from a man I hardly know.
Putting all of these identity issues aside though, Valhalla also lacks a staggering amount of polish throughout its world. There are so many things here with this game's presentation, or its structure, or just its technical state, that are simply not up to par. Not even now, after a bunch of DLCs and patches have been released over the years. I'm talking about NPCs having these weird poses in dialogue, standing around like they're about to jump you because they just came out of combat. I'm talking about improper weight painting on most of the outfits in this game. Even the special ones. Like I have this pretty cool looking outfit, right, that I used for a large part of the game. Again, because I had to dump all my resources into one gear set and just go with that. And again, I like the look of it, nothing wrong with it. But then the moment that the main character does so much as move during a cutscene, it can just deform in the weirdest of ways. Like a solid metal shoulder pad shrinks and expands like it's made of cloth. Because, well, no one bothered to weight paint it properly. And I'm not saying that Assassin's Creed has never had an issue with this, but it was never this bad and obviously neglected before. Even the capes on outfits, which every outfit has a cape here, they don't even have proper physics. They just stick to your character because that is easier to pull off than having consistent physics. And a list of these irregularities just keeps going on. The boat that you use to get around the map regularly glitches out. Textures often come with weird artifacts. The same for special effects in cutscenes, and when the cutscenes don't come with weird artifacts, they can look really cheap regardless. The audio in this game is very weird because audio volumes don't fade properly, so you go from having a lot of echo to no echo when the camera goes in or out of a certain space or room.
My husband does what he must for Mercia. Give that traitor Ceolwulf my message.
There's a mission where a dude has an axe stuck in his head, and the moment that you take it out to basically help or kill him, you can see right through his skull because the inside of his head has no textures. There are instances where I'm raiding villages for supplies, and then 5 minutes later I do a quest in that area, and then everybody in that village acts as if nothing happened. And yes, you could say that some of this stuff might be nitpicky. Sure, some of it is. But with these type of large open world single player games, a big part of their appeal, I would assume, is the immersion of them. You want to be immersed in them to some degree, and there are so many of these small things that just take you out of the experience, either just for a little bit, or they take you out properly. Obviously, not everybody would agree with that statement because there are players that have really enjoyed this game. And again, Valhalla did make that $1 billion in revenue. And sure, if you're just looking for something to grind away at, if you're just looking for something that will supply you with a never-ending stream of things to do, even if those things don't necessarily make sense, then yeah, Valhalla is that game. And, well, if we're being honest, that thing to grind away at became incredibly appealing, especially around the year of 2020, because of a certain event, of course. I'm not going to mention it because I'm not risking losing monetization for this video, but you know what I'm talking about. There was a certain event in 2020 that caused people to stay inside a lot more than usual. So I do get why this game was appealing to a lot of people at the time that it came out. But that being said, I also believe that Valhalla has done more damage than good to the Assassin's Creed brand in the long term. Most players that were willing to go through an experience like this, they're only going to be willing to go through that once before they conclude that, well, they've experienced that now, they've done the thing, and they don't feel the need to go through it again with the next release. Which is, I think, part of the reason why with Assassin's Creed Shadows, we see such a sudden, steep drop-off in general player interest. Before we get to take a good look at Shadows though, which is the last game on this list, we're going to have to take a quick detour towards Assassin's Creed Mirage, which is a mainline entry in the franchise, although it's often not really seen as a proper one, given that it started its lifetime as a DLC for Valhalla, and then later got turned into a full release when it was getting too large for its own good. And the thing with Mirage is that this is really when Ubisoft started to make a push to get some of the old school players of this franchise back. Mirage would take players to a setting and a time period not all too dissimilar from the original Assassin's Creed. It would again put the focus on the old school type of gameplay, doing away with all of the RPG mechanics this time. And to top it all off, Mirage would also be a smaller and more condensed experience, as opposed to the lengthy drag that many old school players considered Valhalla to be. So, to get to the looming question, did Mirage turn out to be the game that would reunite old and new school fans back together? Would it save the name of Assassin's Creed for the foreseeable future once again? Yeah, you already know the answer to these questions, I think. But for good measure, let's see what this DLC turned to full release had in store for players at the tail end of 2023.
Do you think we need luck?
For everybody familiar with the story of Valhalla, it will quickly become apparent that Mirage was indeed supposed to be a DLC at some point during development. This is because one of the very first things that you'll be introduced to in Mirage is Basim, the main character, who just so happened to be the leading force behind building up the Assassin's Brotherhood among the Vikings in Valhalla.
The blade should ride on the underside of your arm to conceal it from your target.
There's also the character named Roshan, who accompanied you on a few missions in Valhalla, teaching you the ways of becoming an assassin. In Mirage, she ends up being your full-time mentor because, well, Mirage essentially acts as Basim's origin story. How he ended up becoming an assassin, and then how he eventually made his way to Norway and then England, only to be impaled by the Forerunners. The origin story does not take place in England though, or Norway, but instead we'll go to Baghdad, where in a failed attempt to steal valuable goods from the rich, Basim ends up getting someone killed, ends up getting in trouble, and this is then where Roshan jumps in to help as she takes him away from the city to a far, far away camp where he will then begin his training as an assassin.
As hidden ones, we must become proficient with a number of weapons. You never know how a fight will escalate.
And all of this essentially acts as a tutorial for the game. Once your training is complete, you're sent back to Baghdad with the mission to take out a bunch of masked men again. And the thing with Mirage is that you can really go after these targets in whatever way you like. Because much like in Origins, this game takes a very open-ended approach to its missions. After you do a couple of them, the world opens up to you, you get this mission board, and you can pick and choose what you want to do first. And as we saw with Origins, this type of story structure comes with a few distinct upsides and downsides. The biggest upsides being is that you really get to explore this world at your own pace. You get to decide where you want to go first, in which district of the city you want to do the missions first. And the obvious downside that we've already explored with the other games is that, well, with the game not really knowing in which order you're going to be completing these missions, that instantly means that all of the story events kind of happen in their own bubble, and that not that many big plot-related twists can naturally occur. Origins sort of worked around this by having a hierarchy of targets and having major events happen every time you move one step up the ladder. But Mirage is really only a 10-hour game and really only has 5 total targets. And the result that we see here is that all of the major story beats in the game, they kind of happen in the first 2 hours and the last maybe 30 minutes. And that means that for the remaining 8 or so hours that this game is long, it mostly focuses on just finding out who the targets are and then assassinating them.
But enough. What have you discovered?
Something big is happening soon. I do not know what.
Now the process of finding and then killing those targets goes something like this. You go to a district, you complete a bunch of side missions there, which will then give you clues. And once you have enough clues, then the target will be revealed on the mission board, after which you can start the big mission to take them out. And the big missions, I'd say, are the most interesting thing about Mirage. They are very reminiscent of the big missions in Unity or Syndicate, to where you don't just have a linear way to get to the targets, but instead have these additional opportunities within them to play the mission out in a different way. And as far as quality of these missions go, in Mirage they are okay, they are fine, although I wouldn't say they're quite on the same level as that they were in Syndicate. And well, to be honest, they also don't really do anything new here to try and improve on that formula. To be fair, there are definitely some parts of these missions where I found myself surprised by the different ways that players had access to certain mini objectives, different ways to unlock the same type of door. But then also, on the flip side of that, there would be a lot of cases where there would only be one solution, one way to get to the final objective. Which is already different from Syndicate, where if you wanted to, you could take out the vast majority of targets by simple brute force. In Mirage though, it is very much a matter of just doing this one thing or getting this one thing, and that then gives you access to the target, and there's a little bit of flavor sprinkled in here and there. To put just one example on the table, there was this mission where I needed a hairpin because, well, the hairpin is what the target liked, and I needed to have this item to have an audience with her. Now there's 2 ways that I can get this hairpin, 2 different ways. I can either get it at the auction by just outbidding everybody else, or I can simply steal the hairpin afterwards if I didn't have the money. So there are some different options here. But at the end of the day, if I want to kill my target, I would still need the hairpin. There is no 2 ways about it. Even if you think about it, there should be other ways to get to the target too, I think. Like, what if I could just get an audience with a different object? Or what if I just bluffed my way in? Said that I wanted to give the hairpin away, but actually didn't have it. What if there was a way to lure her out of the room? The target came out for the auction too, so all of this isn't too far-fetched, I would think. In fact, couldn't I just have killed her at the auction? In Unity, if you saw the target, you could just go up to it and take it out. Now, because of the game's difficulty, that would usually get you killed, and that wouldn't necessarily be the best way to go about it, but it would be possible a lot of times. Here, in Mirage, all of those things are simply not options, and so it feels like, with this game, they had the right ideas of where to go, but they simply didn't push those ideas far enough to truly make it something special.
Where is Kabiha?
If I knew, I would not tell you.
Now, what is probably the biggest accomplishment that I can see with Mirage is the city of Baghdad itself. Although it is often criticized for being too much of the same, too many parts of the city look exactly like everything else, I think that it is hard to deny that when it comes to parkour, this is easily in the top 5 of cities across all of the franchise. There's always a multitude of ways to get from point A to point B, for example. You can always utilize parkour to your advantage, and more often than not, utilizing parkour does end up being a lot faster than just running the streets. Generally, it is very easy to plan out a route ahead of time. And yes, if I put this side by side with the first Assassin's Creed game, it's fair to say that we've come a very long way since then. That being said though, at the same time, I would also be hard pressed to say that the parkour in Mirage feels great. Because as well designed as the city might be, the parkour itself still has a lot of the same issues, sloppiness and jank that could be felt all throughout Valhalla. Sure, you might be able to climb onto everything now and plan out your routes more easily, but you're still constantly being pulled back and forth by the game as you're almost magically floating from object to object to object, and it all just ends up feeling very stiff. Now, a lot of this probably has to do, again, with the fact that this game started its life as a DLC for Valhalla. But, at least in Valhalla, there was an excuse for it being stiff. And that was, well, that you were a Viking. In Mirage, you're not a Viking, you are a proper assassin. Parkour and stealth is supposed to be the focus, so for the game to then still have some of the same shortcomings regardless of the reason behind it, it is a bit disappointing. And if we're talking about the core pillars of what makes an Assassin's Creed game, well, when it comes to the combat, that also seems a little bit unfocused. On one hand, the developers clearly put in an effort to try and make the game more difficult. You can easily die by just taking a couple of hits, and the times of you just running everybody down as a big, strong Viking, they are definitely over. This game requires you to parry enemies much more frequently, dodge their attacks, or hit them from behind in order to do damage to them. All of this is clearly to incentivize players to use the stealth more. So if that is the game's focus, then everything here makes sense. Except that some of the tools and abilities that you unlock as you play through the game can be used to completely run it down, as they say, because they're so overpowered that the enemies stop posing any amount of challenge the moment that the player unlocks these. A good example would be the smoke bomb, which allows you to instantly assassinate any target within it because the NPCs will just not be able to fight back at all. So you can use this to clear rooms or areas full of enemies instead as the getaway tool that it's meant to be used as, I think. Another example would be the newly introduced assassin focus attacks. It's this thing where you can just freeze time, you can then click on the enemies and then click the confirm button, and then your character will magically teleport behind them or next to them, killing everybody without being detected. Which looks cool, I can't deny that, but it does completely undermine the whole stealth sandbox. Why would I distract guards or wait for their move patterns or like play careful at all if I can just walk up to them and do this? Now, I am exaggerating a little bit here because of course players do not always have these tools available to them. You do not start out having 5 smoke bombs in Mirage, and you do not start out having this assassin focus to begin with either. And even when you have them, well, the special moves, you still have to fill them up with a meter, and you can only fill up that meter by performing more traditional kills. But I think that this is also a part of the issue, because much like with the story, actually, if the game cannot know for sure which tools the player has and which tools the player doesn't have, because yeah, you can unlock all the different tools in a different order too, then the game has to make every encounter work without any of the tools being a requirement. Which then means that when you do have these tools and you have them upgraded enough to be readily available, any challenge that the game might try to throw at you, it kind of just vanishes because you can cheese almost every encounter using 1 of 5 different powerful tools. All of this might make it sound like Mirage is a really bad game, but in reality that is also just not really true. Had this game come out, let's say 18 years ago, 15 years ago, instead of Assassin's Creed 1 or maybe instead of Assassin's Creed 2, I think it would have been received much more positively. It does a lot of things better than those older games, but it also does a lot of things worse, and I think that is the crux of the problem. This game came out in 2023, not in 2008. And if we're looking at a game that was supposed to be a return to form, well, a return to form also comes with some expectations. Expectations that, yes, you want to take what was good about those games 15 years ago, but also transform and evolve that in ways that make sense for the current times. And that is not what Mirage ended up doing. If anything, it feels more like nostalgia bait. More like, remember this thing and that thing? Remember this feature, guys? Remember this setting? Well, it is back. Aren't you excited? That is what Mirage feels like to me. A cheap way to get some more money out of the old school fans that were still holding out for a proper return to form.
Do not let nostalgia cloud reality, Basim.
I will not. I know nothing stays the same.
Now, Mirage didn't sell extremely well. It shipped over 5 million copies and earned well over $250 million from those sales, which by no means is bad, especially not for a game that started its life as a DLC, though I also wouldn't call this a home run hit. And one thing that we can't underestimate here is the continuous brand damage that this type of release can do for your franchise. Because when you essentially market this as the next standalone title in that franchise, the next mainline entry that will take players back in a true return to form, again, that is going to come with some expectations. And when those expectations are not met, when players pick up this game and see nothing but an uninspired copy of something they've already played, well, that is just confirming to all those players further that Assassin's Creed really has nothing left for them. It does long-term damage to your franchise. And that then finally brings us to Assassin's Creed Shadows, the latest Assassin's Creed game that had been in development since the release of Valhalla. And well, if you're watching this part of the video, you probably already know by now that the release for this game has not been the success that Ubisoft had hoped it to be. Ever since the Assassin's Creed Shadow reveal, people had it out for this game. There were criticisms about the main character being black in a feudal Japan setting at a time where that really didn't make a lot of sense. There were criticisms about the direction of the game having hip-hop music blast through large samurai battles.
Greed cannot rule this village. Not while I have breath in my lungs and a blade in my hand.
And there was a lot of criticism about the game not respecting and staying true to history. Are these criticisms justified? Well, that depends on who you ask. I think that this franchise has never really been about depicting historic characters or historic settings with any type of accuracy, and if you think otherwise, just have one look at Leonardo da Vinci or Benjamin Franklin.
Do not let a beautiful girl distract you from constructing my designs.
Have no worries. Women provide little distraction.
Wait, I don't get it.
I think the real problem was that from the get-go, Shadows just seemed to be a bit confused about its identity. And it appears to me as if the setting was only chosen because a competitor in the space had done that setting very well, and now Ubisoft had to do so too, without really knowing how to.
I am eager. Where is the box? Tell me!
The short story of it is that people had enough reasons to hate Ubisoft and Assassin's Creed at the time that Assassin's Creed Shadows was revealed. And this game's marketing and direction gave away even more good reasons for people to hate it. But that being said, for all the bad that you might have heard about this title, Assassin's Creed Shadows is not that bad. It's not the best Assassin's Creed you've ever played, and it's not the worst one either. I really like to think of it like this, you know, had Shadows been a crazy hit when it comes to the gameplay, had it been a revolution of the franchise, had it been a 10 out of 10 game, true return to form like some people would have hoped it to be, then all of the pre-release drama would have mostly been forgotten. But the fact that this game has been out for a good few months now, and the thing that people still remember most about it is the drama surrounding it pre-release, I think that alone speaks more than enough for itself. For consistency's sake though, and because there's definitely still some things to note about Assassin's Creed Shadows, it is now time to take a look at Ubisoft's latest creation as of 2025 and see what all of this might mean for the foreseeable future of the franchise. In good old Assassin's Creed fashion, Shadows' story once again revolves around the death of a family member, by the hands of what appears to be a masked cult of some sort, for which one of the main characters, Naoe, will seek to take revenge. And yes, that is one of the main characters. This game has 2 playable characters, who, much like in Assassin's Creed Syndicate, are very much interchangeable and focus on their own sort of playstyle. There is Naoe, the more traditional assassin, and then there's also Yasuke, the big samurai. In the prologue, you'll end up switching between these two a little bit. They end up on 2 sides of the same battle, and to put it short, Yasuke takes part in the destruction of Naoe's village. But then later in the game, their paths cross again, and luckily, all is forgiven.
Look at me. I said, look at me!
Roughly speaking. And to make things right, Yasuke joins Naoe on her journey for revenge, which is then where both characters will be fully playable and where you can just freely interchange them whenever you like.
Stealth is the way.
Stealth and steel.
Much like Origins and Odyssey, Assassin's Creed Shadows is also a full-on RPG. It has player levels, it has levels on gear, and it has levels on the enemies. And the map is once again divided into different regions, which you probably guessed it, much like in Origins or Mirage for that matter, there is a masked man in each of these regions that you'll have to kill. And it works very much the same as before. You go do a bunch of missions in a certain area until you have enough clues, until you've progressed far enough into that region, after which you'll get a large mission to eventually take them down.
Get off your knees!
These large missions, however, they're not like the big missions from Syndicate or Mirage. They're not built in a way to where they have optional steps, optional objectives. It's more like these missions are a bit more special because they have special cutscenes, and they're a bit longer because you'll be forcefully switching between playing as Naoe and Yasuke so that you get to see both of these characters' roles in these missions. Now there is an order in which you will likely complete all of these regions, in which you will likely kill all of these targets, because of course these different regions have their own set levels attached to them. So enemies, despite being functionally all the same all throughout the game, they are a lot weaker or a lot stronger depending on where you go, which will also be a big decider for which part of the world the player will explore first. Shadows also takes the concept of this mission board with different targets to take out all the way to the next level, because in this case, with its open world, a lot of the side quests that you'll come across will also require you to take down a bunch of additional targets.
There are rogue samurai harassing people near Kyoto.
I will deal with them. Then we will talk.
Take out all the members of this corrupted family, take out the leaders of this bandit group, kill all of the pirates, fight all of these samurai. You'll continuously be getting more and more lists of more and more targets to take out, and it is no exaggeration when I say that this is what you'll be doing for over half of the game. You just mark a target on the map, then you go towards it, and then you kill it again and again and again. Now, don't get me wrong here, assassinating targets is what Assassin's Creed is supposed to be all about, I get that. But when all of these targets are essentially just no-name NPCs randomly put on a random spot in the map, and combat-wise and environment-wise and approach-wise, none of these targets differ from the previous 20 that you just killed, well, that's when this type of thing, this type of mission structure gets tiring pretty fast. And the worst part of it is that unlike in Origins, where we had those hierarchies of targets and just had ways for the game to integrate pivotal story moments in between the targets on the list, or like Odyssey, where the target list was just an addition to the story instead of the whole story, in Shadows it functions very much like Mirage, where most of the targets are just there from the start, and you can go after these in any order technically if you wanted to, apart from the first few and the last few. And so even though these targets have levels attached to them, because there is a possibility that you would do them in a different order, that also means that the game cannot realistically know for sure in what order you kill these, which then results into the story development taking a steep decline the moment that you get into the second act of the game.
Where is the box? Where is the box?
Stop wasting my time. Let me get on with dying.
Tell me where the box is.
Don't know. Never cared for it.
A big part of the story is that you're chasing this box which you lost at the start of the game. Apparently, it is very important. And every time you kill one of these guys because they supposedly know where the box is, you just get a whole lot of nothing for an answer. And this goes on all the way until you get to the very last guy on the list.
Nothing? There's nothing you can tell us?
Shadows in a way really manages to combine the worst of both worlds, because with this structure it doesn't really allow for a compelling story to develop throughout the game, but you're also still going through this game in a somewhat linear fashion because of the steep level requirement differences, and the game also doesn't really do anything interesting with its target assassination missions in terms of gameplay. And so what we really end up with here is just this large open world that feels like, well, more of a checklist of things that you have to do in a very similar way to Valhalla.
One more thing you must do for me, if you will.
Anything, Lady Oichi.
Anything for you, oh perfect, oh beautiful Lady Oichi.
And while we're on the topic of the open world, let's talk about that for a little bit, because there's some good to be said here too. With Shadows being the first game in the franchise to not be released for the last generation of consoles, the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One, well, you can tell just how much the visuals have improved over Valhalla and Mirage. The game downright looks fantastic at times and isn't afraid to show it off with the ability for the world to change its seasons too, to give the whole map a new look every now and then, which also mildly affects gameplay. You basically walk slower through the snow, much like in Assassin's Creed 3, but yeah, that is really about it. And graphics aside, this game also has a very clear visual direction. I'd say that most of the time, especially in some of the cutscenes, it doesn't necessarily aim to be the most realistic. We have full lit faces in the darkest of nights, and lights coming from places that just don't really make any sense. It of course isn't unusual for games to have specific lighting setups for cutscenes, and we even do these things in movies in real life too. Assassin's Creed Shadow though really pushes this idea. It says screw realism and let's just go for this very stylized, over-the-top cinematic look for the cutscenes, and I think that it works very well.
In the box, where is it?
Unfortunately for Ubisoft, you do need more than good looks to make a good game. And for Shadows, well, I'm sorry to say, but the looks cannot carry the rest of the game either. The main story and side missions were already incredibly checklist-like and repetitive for the reasons I just mentioned. But on top of all of that, this world, the map itself, everything here also feels incredibly samey. Everywhere you go, it just feels the same. Out of the roughly 40 hours that I put into this game, there are only a handful of moments that I remember where I walked into an area and thought to myself, damn, that actually looks different. Not necessarily impressive, because, well, to be honest, a lot of this world, if you just were to take a snapshot of it, already looks impressive. But not a lot of it looks different enough for me to memorize it later. It's kind of like Assassin's Creed Mirage in this way, where the map looks very good, but it's just so much of the same. And this time it is on a much larger scale too. There are countless of small villages in this game, each almost indistinguishable from one another. And while a vast majority of the landmass in Shadows is also just mountains and trees. And I mean a lot of trees. Shadows is not one of those games where if you decide to go off the main path you might just run into something special. No, you take a left turn in this game and you end up running through trees, up hills on mountains for 15 minutes on end. Is it realistic? Absolutely, because I would also find the chances of finding a random dude with something interesting to say in the middle of nowhere very slim. And I don't even necessarily dislike the fact that the map is so big, but that there's nothing off the main path, because it does a good job at giving the world a sense of skill without littering the map with even more quest markers. But then for the villages to also very much have that same look, and for the missions that you do within these villages to all pretty much be the same across the board, yeah, that gets old pretty fast, and it doesn't exactly invite a lot of exploration.
You look as if you might be able to help with a problem I have. With all the chaos in Kyoto, bandits have become emboldened. Attacks have increased.
Aren't you samurai? Why would you need help from me?
Moving on to the combat a little bit, because with this game being set in Japan around this time period, and with one of the two main characters being a samurai, you would think that one of the game's focus points would of course be the big samurai battles. And if you're familiar with the previous Assassin's Creed games, or just watched this video the whole way through for some reason, then you'd know that this was always going to be a bit of an area that would have a lot of players skeptical. Mainly because, traditionally, samurai fights were done in a 1 versus 1 scenario.
That was a hard-fought duel.
And 1 versus 1 fights is also an area that Assassin's Creed has specifically struggled a lot with in the past. To put it short, up until Origins, this franchise has never managed to do a single 1v1 fight properly. They would always either be comedically bad or just be avoided altogether, like in the final boss fight in the very first Assassin's Creed game. And if we're talking after Origins, 1v1 fights were a bit different, but also not great. And Assassin's Creed Shadows, unfortunately, does not manage to offer a proper solution. It has a lot, and I mean a lot of 1 versus 1 boss battles, each blasting their own unique music tracks in the background.
Iga does not know surrender.
And not only is the gameplay of light attack, heavy attack, parry, or special move just not sufficient enough to present the player with an engaging gameplay experience, every single fight in this game, except for maybe, a couple of outliers, almost every single fight in this game can be cheesed in a multitude of ways that removes any and all difficulty from the game. One of these ways, for example, is by abusing the fact that the enemies that you fight in this game cannot animation cancel, or for whatever reason, they don't animation cancel. Maybe realism again. So one of the first solid strategies that I found for killing pretty much any NPC is by simply walking away from the enemy to make them walk towards you, and as soon as they do the little step forward, you just hit them with a light attack. Now the NPCs in these boss battles, they're usually scripted to block these light attacks unless you manage to stagger them, but if they just so happen to be in the middle of that forward step, well, they can't. So you can just keep walking backwards and keep using these light attacks to fill up your special attack, and then on repeat spam these back to back to back. And again, you can kill basically every single boss in this game, no matter how underleveled you are or what special attacks the enemies have, since every time after your light attack you always automatically do a dodge as well to make sure you don't take any damage. This strategy works both for Naoe, it works for Yasuke, it works for pretty much any weapon archetype you can find, any NPC type, and I beat many missions on the hard difficulty 5 or 6 levels under leveled because again, this basically removes any difficulty from the game's main combat appeal, which I think would be those big samurai battles if you have a game set in this time period. Now, I'm not going to sit here and judge a whole game based on just a few ways that you can exploit the NPCs. Any game has exploits, every game is going to have glitches or bugs. But it is just meant as an example to show that this combat system hasn't really gotten the proper attention that it needed. And it doesn't really do that much different from the previous Assassin's Creed games, it is simply not fine-tuned towards proper 1v1 fights. The depth simply isn't there, and even when it is working properly, when you're not using one of numerous exploits to make sure that you can't get hit by the opponents, all it really comes down to is just pressing the dodge button and attacking back. And I really wanted to showcase this because out of all of the things with this game, this is what surprised me the most. I simply do not see a way that you can spend 4 years making a game with 1v1 samurai sword fights as a big center point of the fantasy, and then not try to at least address some of the most blatant issues with 1v1 fights that the franchise has had over the past decade and a half. And that also brings me to the next issue on this list, which is the one of parkour. Because much like Ivor was clunky to control in Valhalla due to his sheer size, so is Yasuke in Shadows. But in Shadows, that clunkiness is turned all the way up to 11, to the point where, well, he can't really climb or do proper parkour at all. He comes across a wall in this game, and that is it, you'll have to go around. He comes across a watchtower in this game, a watchtower that you need to climb in order to review objectives and in order to unlock a fast travel point. He cannot do that either. You'll have to go through the menu, through a loading screen, to switch to Naoe, and then you can climb those watchtowers with her.
Naoe could reach the top of that pagoda if she wanted a challenge.
Again, this makes sense if you think about it from a realism point of view. But at the end of the day, this is still an Assassin's Creed game, and I don't think that realism is a valid enough argument if it gets in the way of the gameplay this much. And yes, it does get in the way of gameplay that much, because the result of it is that I, and most other players that I watched or talk about this, just ended up playing as Naoe most of the time to avoid these irritations. I think if you would have been able to instantly swap characters with just a single hold down of a button, maybe even during combat, have some special moves come out, swap characters that way, I think all of this would have not only been a non-issue, but it could have also been a very interesting twist on the usual gameplay. But the reality is that the fact that I have to go through a 10-second loading screen when I swap, that is just where it falls apart for me. And after the 10th time, I simply couldn't be bothered to switch back to Yasuke when exploring this world. When it comes to the combat though, it is very much the opposite story. Yasuke is very, very good in direct fights. He has a ton of health and a ton of damage. He carries like 5 health potions by default, which might instantly make you say that that then is clearly the fantasy of that character. And so Yasuke and Naoe complement each other. We have a fast, agile character that is good for exploration, and we've got a big, bulky one that is very good for combat. But really, what this boils down to, if you translate this to direct gameplay, the thing that ends up happening is that people start using Yasuke as a cheat code. Again, what most people ended up doing is they just played through the majority of the game as Naoe to get around, most of the exploration issues that Yasuke might run into. But then for me personally, the moment that I'd run into the slightest inconvenience, the slightest combat challenge so to speak, I would just ask myself if the fight is going to take more than 10 seconds extra if I'm playing as Naoe. And if the answer was yes, well then I would just swap to Yasuke so I could run everybody over. I didn't like the loading screen, but with this system I still found myself optimizing the fun out of the game, because the game is simply built in a way where it heavily incentivizes you to do so. The gear and the skill tree that you have in this game for these reasons mentioned are also pretty much a whatever thing for me. I usually just ended up putting on whatever had the highest stats and just unlocking whatever skills that I could in the skill tree, because with this skill tree you also have tiers that you need to unlock by praying at temples and meditating and all that stuff, which I just could not be asked. So by the end of the playthrough I had like 20 plus unspent skill points that I couldn't spend them even if I wanted to, but it didn't really matter anyway since Yasuke was so overpowered for combat and the boss battles were so fundamentally broken and cheesable. Now, I've said at the start of this whole part about Shadows that this is probably not the worst Assassin's Creed game you've ever played, or the best one for that matter, and I do still very much stand by that. The issues that I listed here, they're kind of bad, but if you do like this setting and play it just for the setting alone, then these are also things that you can look past. It is not the worst game, it is not the best game, but the one thing that I would definitely describe Shadows as is one of the more forgettable games in this franchise. It is clear with this title that Ubisoft tried to play it very, very safe, not wanting to take any big risks in fear that it would push away more players, and as a result, yeah, it does nothing really exceptionally poorly, but also nothing exceptionally well. Most of its features are just stacked on because previous games in the franchise had them too, but they aren't explored far enough to really have any of it shine. We have dialogue options in cutscenes, for example, but none of them really change the outcome of the game in any meaningful way other than sparing a handful of targets, and the game even has a cannon mode option that just lets you disable the dialogue decisions altogether. We also have this new system for stealth, a lights on and off system that allows you to be completely hidden at night in the shadows, but that gameplay mechanic, we never really see it being useful or all that well integrated in missions. It is just there in some of the forts for the occasional stealth kill. We also have base building and the ability to build up a group of friends, an assassin's crew so to speak, very similar to Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, except that you can pretty much ignore 90% of this because this is just a resource dump that is used to lure players further into the in-game store that has very little impact on actual gameplay. Which I think that about really sums it up for Ubisoft's latest creation. Has it been successful for them? Well, no. We don't know the exact numbers that the game has sold. The best guess at the moment, at the point of writing, is that it matches the sales numbers of Assassin's Creed Syndicate, around 2 to 2.5 million copies sold as of now, which would honestly be a catastrophic launch, seeing how this game has in fact been in development for over 4 years. And yeah, we have to take this guess here because even in the most recent fiscal report for Ubisoft investors, well, they pretty much refuse to give actual sales numbers to their investors. So that is how you know that it is indeed pretty bad.
What is the sort of hurdle rate that Assassin's Creed Shadows has crossed in terms of units sold? Thank you.
On this topic, on Assassin's Creed Shadows, we don't disclose units sold for now.
So, we're finally here at the end of this video, and spending so much time on this franchise, playing through all these games and then doing all this research, it has definitely painted a pretty clear picture for me when it comes to Ubisoft and Assassin's Creed. Make no mistake, I was always going to title this video The Creation, Evolution and Exhaustion of Assassin's Creed because that is a title that I felt was fitting from the start, and it's also a title that worked for my Call of Duty Zombies video. But as I was going through all these games, it became very clear to me that this title was especially fitting here because Assassin's Creed didn't just go through this cycle once, but it has gone through it multiple times over. If we look at every mainline game in this franchise, you can see a clear pattern of creating something new, then evolving that new thing with the next game, and then exhausting that formula until people are tired of it. And when this cycle gets to the beginning again, it also usually goes hand in hand with new people working on these games. With the first couple of them, for example, we saw the creative director behind Prince of Persia and Assassin's Creed take an indefinite break from the company, and we saw a tripling of the development team behind it. During the Black Flag days, we saw a heavy focus on letting different studios across the world take on the role of being the lead developers, despite them not having that much experience with the franchise. And even more recently with Shadows, it was reported that about half of the team working on that game was just a group of junior developers due to Ubisoft's policy to not give senior developers proper raises and kind of push them out of the company that way to save on costs. Is that better than having mass layoffs? Yes, so I wouldn't necessarily fault Ubisoft for them. But the result of switching teams and passing on the torch so much, so to speak, is that a lot of the lessons learned in that process of creation, evolution, and exhaustion, they are usually not carried over to the next generation of games. And that is why we have games coming out today that both do stuff better, but also do stuff a lot worse than those older games. It is why we see Ubisoft making the same mistakes over and over again, because, well, they literally do make the same mistakes over and over again. It's just that those mistakes are made by different people each time.
It's okay. It's like water under the bridge.
Now, what this means for the future of the franchise, we can only guess. Maybe the next Assassin's Creed game, codename Hexa, is gonna be great and is finally gonna solve all these decade-long issues. Or it is just going to be another Assassin's Creed game.
Now we play the waiting game.
There's not a lot that we know about the game as of now. More might be announced soon, but I'm not going to go into speculation territory because this video is already long enough as it is, which now means that we're going to just wrap it up. Obviously, I want to thank all of you for watching, which feels a bit odd to say at the very end here because I don't actually think that people will watch this to the very end. Really, I never intended this video to get this long. I was aiming for 2.5 hours max, but as I went through it, I just felt that 5 to 6 minutes of screen time for each game, it wouldn't really do those games justice. So I eventually just made the decision to, instead of half-assing it, I would approach each game as a little chapter, maybe as an individual video almost, that people can just skip between if they wanted to. You can only watch the parts about the games that you're actually interested in, maybe about the games that you've never played and were slightly curious about, which is also why, if you're the odd one to have watched everything here, I have repeated myself on a few things here and there. It's so that you wouldn't have to watch the first 3 hours to understand the context of the last few chapters. This video is also to test the waters a bit on YouTube. The platform has obviously changed a lot over the years. There is a much larger focus on shorter content now, shorts, just uploading frequently. And none of those things are things that I'm very much interested in. I despise shorts, both to watch and create them. And to go back to making spammable guides, I would do that for Deadlock. I enjoy that game enough, but that is quite far away from release yet. So I'm also taking a bit of an extended break there. My hope is essentially that this video does well, because I wouldn't be opposed to going back to making long form content for a little bit. Maybe not 4 hours long, but you know, longer than a quick 8 to 10 minute video. And yeah, if this doesn't do well, then well, first off, well, shit, that would be unfortunate. But in that case, I would have to take some time to figure out where I want to go next with my YouTube for the foreseeable future. So yeah, bear with me as I try to figure that out again. Again, feels odd to put this at the very end, but thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you all not so very soon.